Let me turn the game all the way down. We good now? We good? Mm-hmm. And my chat is it's morning for a couple of people. It's 6 a.m. I know, right? Maybe. I think probably. True. What?
I forgot to put on mine. Hi.
Wait, so your chat has heard nothing this whole time?
That's normal. That's normal. Hello.
Oh no! Wait, so they just heard me talking to nothing?
Okay, that's I don't think I've ever had a stream without some level of technical difficulty, and that was today. So we got that out of the way. That's great, fantastic.
It's only up from here.
Nothing else, exactly. Oh, Nova is loud. Okay, hold on. One sec. I turn you.
1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Cool.
Oh, like really loud? Oh, weird. Okay. Okay. More like I'm quiet. I'm not quiet. How insulting. How insulting. Wait, I'm cranked all the way up. I don't understand. What do you want me to do, man? Like, only stream... I don't... Okay, I don't...
Regulate your voice a little louder. Me? Like... I mean, the way I naturally talk is kind of inconsistent. Like, I'll be loud one time and then I'll just get quiet.
Okay, I'll tell
So
you
I
what.
don't know if that's the audio or if that's just me talking.
How's this? Is this better? Is that too loud? Okay, so Nova, you sound good. I apparently sound better now. Great. I just lowered you by 8 decibels and increased me by 6 decibels. And so now I'm like +6 and you're -8 and I'm very confused. But okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. This is not how audio balancing is supposed to work.
As long as we're good.
The two streams don't seem to be in sync. That's because
I don't know why that's the case. I don't have any type of delay on.
I might be a little bit behind.
So if you want an instant replay chat, both of our chats.
Oh goodness. Oh goodness.
You guys can have fun with that as you will.
I know. Okay. Okay, cool. That was not how I intended to start the stream. I intended to start with all this, like, fancy introductory things and saying hi. But no. Technology was like,
We can pretend.
It'll be a lie, Nova. It'll be a lie. We can't lie? That's irresponsible.
Hey, Elation has taught me that with enough believers, lies become reality.
I don't like that. I don't like that. No.
Fine, we'll do it your way.
My what? Okay, hi. I'm Nova, and this is my guest Ashikai. Say hi, chat.
Hello. How's everybody doing? I'm Ashikai, and I'm collabing here with Nova.
The infamous Nova Impact.
I'm infamous? Or you're infamous? Which one of us is infamous?
I don't... I mean... Yes. That is correct. There is no either or. It is just yes. I'm gonna get a brainwave scan. Okay. I'm sorry, Nova. That was so scuffed. That's typical. Welcome to streaming with me. Where Nova pinged me.
Imagine.
Oh my god, when was it? Like 3 weeks ago?
I think so. Something like that.
Yeah. Like 3 weeks ago, and was like, we need to talk lore, and I was like, yeah. And then I went to a family reunion, and then I got really sick, and now I'm less of those things, and so now we are talking about lore. Which I think, like, live on stream, I've only done once.
Really?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. That sounds right. I think you're my first Star Rail guest, too. Hooray!
You are my first Star Rail guest while I'm streaming. Because the first time I went on someone's stream, I wasn't actually streaming myself. That was Kimchi. Oh, wow. That was a while ago. But yeah. I've been wanting to collab with you for the longest time, honestly. But, so, I'm overjoyed at the moment. Truly the pleasure is all
Hooray!
mine. But what subject? Huh?
I just said hooray. I love making things with friends. I'm just usually so, like, in the weeds that I don't get the opportunity very often.
Well, I've been trying to like really broaden my horizons and just talk to people, you know? So it's like one day I was feeling outgoing that day, and I just in your I think the first time was like in your community post. I was like, when can we collab? And you were like, email me, and I was like,
yeah. Because the thing is like I don't have any like socials anymore because you want to talk about a time suck? That's that. Yeah. I just don't check the ones that do still exist out in the ether. I haven't logged into them in like literally years at this point. So it's just email's my only way to DM right now, except Discord. But then you'd need the Discord name to do that. You know, it gets messy.
Yeah, that's why I had such a hard. I would have reached out to you long ago, but I didn't know how to get in contact with you. But now we're here.
Yep, it's just
if you
email.
guys wanted the lore for how this happened.
That's the whole story, and it's actually a true story. But it's not. That's not a lie. I'm gonna go to Plain Arcadia so that we can actually be on brand today. That sounds like a good plan. If I can remember how controller works in Star Rail, that would be great. Do I check my emails often? Weekly. But checking them doesn't mean I respond to everything, so I mean, you know, there's that. But yeah, I have not actually finished my Star Rail recap. So not all of the events of this patch are super fresh in my mind. But I did see that you finished all of yours. Yes.
I try to get on them as quick as possible, because in my opinion, if you're not first, you're last. That's so I kind of rush. I rush a lot, and then I kind of go on, and there's a kind of like a continuity the way I do my videos. It's like as I kind of figure out more stuff, I make new videos.
Well, that makes sense. Kind of like as it's fresh in the brain. Oh, I gotta write it down super fast.
Exactly.
Yeah, you gotta blitz it. I wish I could do that. I can't do that. I used to do that. 10, 15, 20-minute videos. Yeah, good times. Your output has always impressed me, that's for sure. I just get very, stuck into a topic, and then I get blinders on.
I mean, but that's what I admire about your content, though, because it's like the way you approach a topic is totally different from something I could do. And I think it's so cool because you go into like the whole mythology and like the history and like all this different stuff that I would never even think to look into. So that's why I'm like,
yeah, that's how you
so
get in
cool the
trouble,
way you
though.
do it.
See, that's how you get in real trouble. You get in so much trouble that way. It's not even funny, man. Okay, but anyway, I seem to recall. Let me see. Where are you? In the list of things that I have to do. Where is the thingy?
You're not wrong. You're not
said
wrong.
you had a thingy. See, my other problem is that I don't write things down.
I have to. I don't have a choice. If I don't write things down, I will just forget. And then it's just over for me. And oh, it's so frustrating to have like a perfect idea, like that's fresh in your mind, and then you just forget, and then it's just over.
I recall about 80% of everything I know, or that I hear or read. It might be a little bit generous, but like at least 2/3. Let's say that at least 2/3 of everything I read or hear, I'll remember and be able to recall pretty reliably. But the rest just won't stick. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what I do. It just won't stick.
Yeah, but what if that 1/3 is that 1/3 that pieces everything together?
Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. And there's nothing I can do about it. But speaking of things that I couldn't remember that weren't going to stick, I had asked you what you wanted to start with today because I wasn't even really sure where to start. I mean, I have like random little mini theories and things to point out, but like it's a bit like a dartboard. I can just throw a dart and it'll land somewhere and we can go with that. But I think I remember you saying that
there's a lot of different stuff I want to talk about too. I don't really have a particular order. I have a couple of notes written down here too that I want to talk about, but I'm pretty sure we'll get to them all in due time.
Oh my goodness, you have notes. That's crazy.
Just bullet points, that's all. It's nothing crazy.
I like bullet points. They're my best friend.
They truly are. They truly are.
Do not underestimate the power of the bullet points.
But the first bullet point I have is Assad Pramod. What are your opinions? Because I remember when I was talking to you, you said you weren't too fond of the Lord Ravagers, and I want to get your opinion on Assad Pramod.
Okay. I have theories and a lot of thoughts on Assad Pramod, but just before I do that, Adam Longboard Guy from your Discord has sent over a very, very generous super chat. So thank you very much for that. Warm greetings from your many, many fans on Nova Impact's Discord. I greatly appreciate it. That's so kind of you.
The Genius Society sends their regards.
This video is sponsored by the IPC.
No. We hate the IPC over here. No.
That's okay. That's okay. All right, so here's the thing. Assad is weird, all right? And I'm not even sure at this point I even want to classify him as a Ravager. Because I'm not sure he is.
Okay.
Well, this guy dabbles. Okay, this guy really dabbles. I didn't even realize that this was a quest I was starting. I just saw Nihilux and I'm like, is that a Furbo? And apparently it's not a Furbo. It is the event. So the guy started off on Elation, right? He started off as en route on the path of Elation. Yes. And he heard like a trillion jokes and then lost his sense of humor. So the story goes. I'm not actually going to do this event. This
yeah, so they say.
Right.
That's not exactly the reason why I left, but that's so they say.
It's close enough. He left the path of Elation. He doesn't like the path of Elation. I don't know what's going on screen right now. This is very strange. And then he goes to the Trailblaze, and he goes under the new name of Icy, right?
Icy, yes.
So he went from Elation to Trailblaze.
To Trailblaze.
And then he witnessed the ascension of Nanook, and over time, kind of fell off. And the fall
of Akavili.
Well, yeah, well, the fall of Akavili first, because he took over after Dolly and Akavili died.
Yes.
And then after that, he witnessed the ascension of Nanook. And even then, he still, like, continued to follow the Trailblaze for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's like, this train goes to a dead end. Like, there's no point in this, right? And so then he joins, presumably, from there,
the Omen Vanguards.
In theory, founds the Omen Vanguards, which is connected to Finality, which should be Terminus,
Correct.
which is likely the terminal station, right? Like the thing at the end of the Trailblaze. In theory.
Yeah. In theory, yes.
Going consensus is something like that.
It's where it loops back, because Finality is beginning.
Right. So, the thing that bothers me is the guy goes Elation, Trailblaze, Finality, and then Destruction. And I'm like, this guy is path hopping like you wouldn't believe.
More than the Xianzhou.
Yeah, no kidding. And I'm just sitting here wondering, like, in the teaser trailer for Plain Arcadia, he sounds way too excited about potentially fighting Nanook. And so I'm sitting here going...
Hold on, someone just dropped 50 memberships in my chat.
Oh,
Thank you so much, Sparksy Bunny Mask. Oh my god. Okay. Wow. Wow. Wow, I've never gotten so many. We've just passed 200 just like that. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna try to stay focused. Okay, keep going.
You gave him so many memberships, you almost killed me. Holy cow. Okay, so I was thinking...
Flashbanged.
I know. I was thinking just about how many paths this guy has jumped, and I think that, like, he's not loyal to any single one of them. Right?
Yes.
Like, I don't think he's a Ravager. I think he's, like, masquerading as a Ravager. Does he hate the Elation? Sure. But the thing is before he set off to the Trailblaze, he said the Elation has been dead for a long time. Now, is that literal? Has the Elation been dead for a long time? Because she's on my screen right now. There is a big theory going around that the third way to kill... Well, we know that the third way to kill an Eon is to make them turn away from their path, right? But the thing is that might just kill the Eon. It might not actually kill the entity that became the Eon, right? So say someone ascended to the position of Aha, right? And then eventually they were like, I don't want to be Aha anymore, and they turn away from Elation. Do they just descend? And become like immortal again?
I don't think Aeons can do that.
Well,
Adam, thank you so much. You sent 50 more gifted in my chat. Oh my god, Jesus. Adam. Oh my god. It's like I want to hold the conversation, but they're not letting me. But thank you so much, Adam, for sending 50 more people in the Genius Society.
Goodness.
What was I going to say? We were talking about Assad Pramad and his path jumping. What was the last thing you said? Trying to remember.
Well, okay, so I'm not talking about, like, Eons being able to potentially descend.
Right.
Because
I don't think they can.
Well, there's a going theory around, which I'm, like, 50-50 on, because, like, narratively, I don't really like it. But as, like, a plot twist, I'm like, that's actually kind of fun. But I still don't... But I like the idea of... I'm really enamored by the idea of Eons being sort of like these eldritch horrors that are larger than life, right? So if you can have them descend back into a mortal form, like, to me, that's really... It feels weird. But... Assuming it's a possibility.
The Amphorious Titans kind of like descending into their like human forms, kind of like how Cersei's did.
I guess so.
For the Calypso.
I have no idea. I wasn't paying attention to the tutorial. I have no idea what's going on. Okay.
So you're thinking about like Aeons descending, kind of like how Calypso descended and like had to live off of Anaxa?
I don't think the Titans are necessary. It would be like if Calypso just went and lived next to Anaxa, like became his neighbor.
Okay.
Like said, I'm not the president of Amphorius anymore. You are now my student, and I'm gonna train you to be the president of Amphorius, right? Like it's more that kind of thing. But for me, like once you sort of become that Eldritch entity, it feels weird to go backwards. But that said, I'm not reading this tutorial. This is going to be such a weird... Okay. That said, there is a going theory that Nihilux is or was Aha.
Yeah. I've heard that one too.
And if that's the case, right? If that's the case, then like Assad is correct that Aha's been dead for a long time.
That's possible.
Right? But if Aha is dead, what is he trying to destroy as like the Lord Ravager?
Yeah, he would have nothing to go after.
That's what's weird, right? Like to me, that's what's weird.
Okay, you want to hear my opinion?
Yes.
My opinion is that the whole thing that Assad Pramod's after is the world's end. And what the world's end is, I believe, is what basically Xandar says is the prime mover of life. Because what he wanted was the world's end, which would technically be the world's beginning, which would be, you know, prime mover of life, which he originally found was the Trailblaze, which is why he joined the Trailblaze, because the prime mover of life is the Trailblaze. We learned that in Amphorius. But witnessing the death of Akavili, it kind of broke him, you know? He was like, oh, well, this path that, because there's a story of Icy asking Akavili, how do I it's like what did he say? What did he say? I gotta go back and look at the relic set. I see.
You can paraphrase.
Where is that relic set? He says because he asked Akavili something, and Akavili just pointed into the ether, basically. Where is that relic set? Do. Here it is. He says, why is it that I seek answers, yet all I find is a life full of questions? And then Akavili just pointed into the distance, basically saying, all of your answers are in the distance, right? It's a part of the Trailblaze journey. But him thinking that all of the answers are yet to be found, and then seeing Akavili die, he's like, well, it seems that Akavili didn't even know what the answer to my question was. It wasn't in the distance. The Trailblaze is a journey to nowhere. So he abandons the Trailblaze, and he's like, okay, so what was my original goal? And his original goal, his whole reason for leaving the Elation was, you can find it in, I believe it's his letter to Braggy, one of his old friends from the tavern. He says the whole reason why he left the Elation was because Elation does not do anything to stop the suffering in the world.
Why would it?
And why would it? It's the whole point of Elation is to laugh at the void.
Well, didn't we just have that whole thing about like protecting one's right to suffer?
Yeah. But that's not really Elation. That's more of just Sunday's arc.
No. It is still Elation. Because like life doesn't exist without death. Death doesn't exist without life. Elation doesn't exist without sorrow. That's why there are masked fools and mourning actors.
Mourning actors. Right? I mean, the way I see Elation is that Elation is aware of the sorrow, and it basically says, I'm not going to focus on that right now. Sorrow is inevitable. Death is inevitable. I'm not going to focus on that right now. Instead, I'm just going to be happy.
Okay.
I'm going to enjoy all that is before all is gone.
Do you want a really crazy crack theory?
Sure.
Oh boy. Okay. So you know how Asap Pramod has a lot of connections to the veracity?
He does.
Okay. Here's the thing. Veracity's, like, wish power manifestation thing is loosely connected to Aha's powers, right? Or at least the powers of making lies into reality. Anything you think about, you bring about, basically, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a going theory that Aha might actually be a part of the veracity originally.
Don't know about that one. I mean, I think, honestly, I believe that that's more like the enigmata than veracity. Veracity is just about, like, baiting in and consuming things.
Enigmata is different. Enigmata is different. Because enigmata is neg entropy. So negative entropy.
What do you mean?
Elation is different. Elation is
I mean, they tend to do the same things. That's what I mean.
Okay, well, anyway, let me do a thing. I'll back up a little bit. Maybe this will make a little bit more sense if I back up a little bit of where I'm going. So, back in Emphorius, before we knew who the Titans were supposed to, be the paths of, right?
Uh-huh.
Before we knew that for sure, I was trying to make a case for Hycelins to be the veracity, because her whole thing is about feasting, and she's a whale, or, well, she's a, siren, and she's connected to whales. She's got a whale in her ult, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, oh, that's like totally Leviathan core, right? Feasting, Ouroboros, Leviathan, whale, that kind of thing, right?
Makes sense.
And then we find out that she's supposed to be Nihility, right?
Yes.
So the thing about the Nihility is that it's like nothing matters, right? You basically given up on things, like you've fallen into depression. And there's this whole thing about the entities that belong to the path of veracity, like Voidsong whales and what are they called? Depth crawlers? Depth crawlers, yeah, that's right. How they fell into a depression after the end of the swarm disaster, which is, now we know, around the same time that Ouroboros' taste buds went missing, so their joy went missing, right? So they fell into a deep depression. And Ouroboros is also called a sentient black hole, which is exactly what IX is, right? And in Playing Arcadia recently, we've been hearing comparisons about, like, eating so much you fall into a post-meal coma, like a nap, right?
Yes.
And I was thinking about this, and I was like, you know what? I wonder if it's possible that IX and Ouroboros actually had their paths converge.
And you think that wouldn't be something that people would just know by now, though? Because all of this happened a long time ago.
Yes, but here's the thing. Here's where it gets interesting, and the reason why I mentioned the whole Aha might be a fragment of Ouroboros, right? Because, like, we don't know when Aha ascended, but we do know that their, Ouroboros' taste buds went missing, and that went, their joy went missing, and we have the elation and everything. And Playing Arcadia is a lot about consumption in general.
Yeah.
And we've got the husks of veracity everywhere and whatnot. And the thing is, there are two types of nihilism. There's a nihilism where you're like, nothing matters, everything sucks, I give up, like IX. And there's the nothing matters YOLO, which is Aha.
That's elation.
Right. Do you see the follow through? So,
loosely. Loosely. It's like
it's not like this is why I said it's a crack theory. It's not like completely fully formed in my brain in a way that I can actually prove out just yet. But it is worth noting that right now, it seems very, very, very probable that when Long died, his path was split into the abundance and propagation. That seems very likely. The thing is...
So the path of permanence no longer exists?
No, it still exists. It's just been split into two.
How can a path split and then still exist?
Does a fork in the road make the previous road go away?
I feel like
the path
I feel
of
like for
order
paths,
still
they
exists.
do.
The path of order still exists, even though it's been converged into Shipe. There's a point in time at which a path will split into two different paths, and they go by different names, but they both stemmed from the same path. The same with a river, right? River splits off into two different rivers.
I was thinking of it it was just Shipe's unique thing. Like, that was just a Shipe thing. That's the way I was thinking about it.
I don't think so. Because that's another way to kill an Eon. Is to have them get assimilated.
Yeah.
Right?
But we know for a fact that Enna isn't really dead, though.
No, she is. She's been assimilated.
But you can't just bring Enna back.
In the same way that you could, in theory, make the two paths of propagation and abundance reconverge. Which would, in theory, bring Long back.
I mean, we're making the assumption here, though, that abundance and propagation are what veracity is.
No, permanence.
Oh, permanence, yes.
My argument is
Personally,
that...
I think permanence is linked more closely to... I think permanence is linked more closely to veracity, in my opinion.
Correct. But that's because I think both Long and Ouroboros are Leviathans.
Yes.
But if you think about it, you can look at abundance and propagation, and you can compare them to elation and nihility.
I don't think so.
The reason for that is, like, if you look at Graphia, right, and you even look at Asat Pramod, they're using Ouroboros' path power as ink to create things. And we know for a fact that Leviathans, when they die, they create a cosmic whale fall. And they begin to split. Their body starts to become new life forms, and their spirit also becomes new life forms, like the Heliobi, right?
Yes.
So, like, you're talking about this power of creation that is also associated with Leviathans, that is connected to Ouroboros, who usually just consumes things, but can apparently be made into other stuff. Like, he can create things, too. That's new.
Mm-hmm.
But we have that exact same thing with Long, don't we?
Yeah. Yeah. It is very strange that you can make Void Rangers from Leviathan corpses. That's very strange. It's very strange that that's a thing.
It is very strange that that's a thing.
And I don't know what to do with that information. Besides thinking that one of Asat Pramod's plans is to revive Ouroboros.
Here's where it gets weirder, because Void Song whales are now confirmed to be entities of the veracity. And the very first thing that the Trailblazer saw in space was a Void Song whale. And the thing that's on the ceiling of the Astral Express is a Void Song whale.
A whale.
And a train is very draconic in a lot of ways. And in fact, that may have been part of the reason why Graphia was so entranced by it in the first place. As someone who was walking the path of veracity and destruction, or at least using the powers of veracity. Probably because it went straight down.
She didn't call it a dragon, though. I feel like she would have called it a dragon if that was the case.
No, but here's the thing. When you see her, when you fight her, she is in a variation of the bullet worm. The bullet worm was formed after the Astral Express. Like, it was designed
I assume
with the
it's
Astral
based
Express
off
in mind.
of it, yeah.
Right. But it's also a dragon. W-Y-R-M. It's a dragon.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Power of the Veracity, Leviathan, dragon.
I'm following.
You see? That means the
I'm following.
Trailblaze, the path of the Trailblaze, might be Leviathan-based. Dun dun dun.
That is definitely a crack theory.
I told you.
That is definitely a crack theory.
I told you.
I mean, I'm following. I'm following.
You don't have to agree with it. You asked if I asked if you wanted a crack theory, and a crack theory is what you got.
Yeah, I definitely got what I asked for there.
I hit the wrong button like 8 times.
Wow, okay. But, okay, personally, if I were to add to this, I would say that the Trailblaze, that all paths came from the Trailblaze. If the Trailblaze is the prime mover of life, then that means every path came from the Trailblaze. So it's not that every path has influence over the Trailblaze, or the Trailblaze got affected by other paths. It's that the Trailblaze just is other paths, and then that power branched out and created the other paths. Like that fork in the road that you mentioned earlier.
I mean, it's possible, but that assumes that the Trailblaze predates everything else.
I think it does.
I think that's going to be...
Because if Fuli recreates everything with memories, then, and we know
Fuli
that the entire universe
can.
has died more than once.
Fuli can recreate... Well, see...
Wait, you're saying that you don't think Fuli has already recreated everything?
No, because then we'd be stuck in stasis.
I think we are. That's what the finality is. That's what the point of the finality is.
No, because then that whole thing with Cyrene wouldn't make any sense.
Why?
Because, like, she never went to the end of time to become Fuli. So either you're assuming
She decided
somebody...
not to ascend.
Right, so you're either assuming that a different child of an Ostrava did choose to go all the way and ascend.
Yes, because all of them can.
Even though all of them can, the problem with that is that we know what happens if they do. The universe freezes in place. But the universe isn't frozen in place, otherwise we wouldn't have...
Well, no, if one of them ascends, that means that the world resets. It doesn't freeze in place.
It doesn't, that's not what it means.
The point of Fuli is to reset the universe.
No. Fuli freezes the universe in place because they are the act of retrocausality. They have to constantly look back in time. Which means time cannot move forward, it cannot reset. They can only look back on what they know. It's frozen in time because nothing can change after that point. It's a dead timeline. That's why it's a bad timeline that Elio wanted to avoid. Right?
On the description of Fuli, it literally says they recreate the universe with memories.
But they can't.
Says who?
Well, basically...
I think they can.
I don't. Because that doesn't make any sense to me. Because the memories would be frozen unless you had an ability to, like, add in additional variables, which you don't. If someone makes it to the end of time...
That's the point of the Trailblazer. That is the entire point of the Trailblazer.
Yes. But you also agree with me on the fact that we're not working with time travel, we're working with world lines, where we have multiple different timelines that we hop between, right?
Yes.
That means one of those world lines had a bad ending, where Fuli did
all of them do. I'm saying all of them do.
No, I know, but there's only like a couple left, right? Which means that Fuli's ending is still a bad ending because it's not the ending that gets chosen. Which means it ends without the world actually resetting. You have to jump timelines.
Okay, let me just explain the way that I see the Fuli works and how that relates to finality.
Fair enough.
Okay, so what has happened, what I believe has happened is that Fuli has recreated the whole universe with memories, but the problem is that the world keeps resetting, and just like Amphorius, because like I said earlier, that Amphorius is a microcosm of the cosmos, so if everything resets, everything plays out the exact same way, everyone dies, Fuli resets everything, right? So what we need is a deliverer, just like we did in Amphorius. And the Trailblazer is taking on the role of Castellana. Because the Trailblazer is the only person with a fate. Everything plays out, without a fate. Every everything plays out the exact same way. Everyone always dies, everything always breaks, and the Fuli has to reset everything. But the Trailblazer is the only one that can influence everything, and that is why Elio has made the script. Because Elio can see all the different timelines in which the Trailblazer failed and everyone died. But what Elio's trying to do is make a script of all the different endings that ended up good, so that the Trailblazer makes it to the end, fights, and defeats Nanook. And it's because of all the times that Fuli has reset everything that Elio has things to look at and say, okay, I want this to happen. Okay, I want that to happen. Okay, I want this to happen. But then you have the elation, which is just a factor that is just a dice roll every single time. It's just completely random every single time. And that gives Elio a headache. That's what I think. That's how I think the Fuli relates to the finality.
I think that doesn't work with Mythos's existence, though. Because that doesn't work with the existence of the Dark Zone.
The way that I think that Mythos works is that
we know how Mythos works.
Okay, explain. How are you thinking about Mythos?
So
it would be order.
So here's the thing. If the universe is reaching an inevitable end, and entropy is progressing in one direction, Mythos is actively creating a space where it can move in the opposite direction. The reason why Mythos can't become finality at this point is because they're messing with this entropic state. Right? So in the Dark Zone, they're basically able to move to any point within the timeline, in theory. And they should be able to pull different variables or influence it in different ways. They are the fallibility of memory, so to speak. So without Mythos, you just have, like, raw memory, right? And if your memory, like, you just remember the same thing over and over again, like, that's stasis. That's why I'm talking about Fuli like ice. Like, everything's frozen in time, quite literally. Without Mythos putting in some fallibility into your memories to change things, like, you don't have like, you can't, nothing moves, right? Like, you're just screwed. So to me, like, you can't really, like, look at Fuli as a valid ending, I think. I don't know how else to put it.
From what we know of the history fictionologists and how they work, is that they work in an altruistic way where they alter history, but then they write something else in its place, or they, like, kind of delete stuff that they don't want to be there.
Right, because you need to create ambiguity.
In order to fix things.
Yeah.
Because if everything breaks, and you know everything breaks, you need to, like, kind of change stuff that way.
That's an interesting way to phrase it.
Anadog, I have no idea. I think people could be a double emanator, honestly. I think that's possible.
Isn't that the requirement?
We can talk about that later on.
Isn't that technically a requirement of the path of Enigmata? Or not Enigmata, I'm sorry, Equilibrium.
Being an emanator of two different paths?
Yeah. Well, not an emanator, but walking two different paths.
That's not what I read. I haven't read anything about that.
We were just talking about this in my server the other day. And by the other day, I think I mean yesterday.
It would make sense. It would make sense if that's the case. But we're getting off topic here. We're talking about the Enigmata and how the Enigmata works. Okay, so if the entire point of the Enigmata is to change what Fuli has remembered in order to change history, right?
Assuming you're in a timeline where Fuli becomes finality, yes.
Well, fully doesn't become finality though. Fully isn't one of the paths of finality.
When did that change?
Because because we know the paths of finality. It's destruction, harmony, and nihility.
There are 4, aren't there?
There is a 4th one. We can assume. Okay. So, are we assuming that remembrance is the 4th path? Because we don't. Because it's said that the 4th path hasn't revealed its face yet.
It was.
Because remembrance isn't one of them.
Now I have to look it up. Because it's been a while.
It's harmony, destruction, and nihility. Those are the... Am I wrong, chat? Am I wrong? I think fully kind of... I think the way the finality works is it goes backwards through time. What fully does is it just recreates things.
I don't think fully recreates anything. I think they just remember things.
The Aeon that presides over the path of remembrance records all that has been forgotten and prepares for the rebirth of the universe.
Prepares for. But here's the thing. Like, even like pre-Amphorius days, like, it wasn't believed that Fuli themselves recreated the universe. It was that Fuli's repository of memories becomes the basis upon which a universe can be rebuilt. It's a little different.
Yes.
Because right now it's seeming like the Enigmata resets the universe.
Why would the Enigmata... Well, if the Enigmata did that, then why would we need a fateless Trailblazer?
Because the Trailblazer needs to go past finality.
If the Enigmata reset everything, that means everything would be randomized every single time.
Mm-hmm.
And no one would have a clear fate.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not true. We know that everyone does, and we're the only one that doesn't.
I think we have different opinions on fate.
I mean, the Trailblazers called the Fateless one. We're the only one. The only person like that.
How do I put this?
Is that not true?
Here's the thing. If you have a timeline, right? Let's say you have a timeline. The order of events that things happen in your timeline, all of the characters within your timeline are bound to a specific destination based on the variables that precede them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, whatever happened in your past determines your future. That's kind of the idea. Or if you're Fuli, whatever happens in your future determines your past. Like, there's a causal link there that, like, if you have one side, it determines the other side. Absolutely. That is fate. So the Trailblazer doesn't have that. They don't have a determined future or a determined past, necessarily.
Exactly.
So they don't have the variables. However, if you're talking about, like, a single timeline, then you'd be right. But if you're talking about multiple timelines, then every time you hop a world line and you go to a different timeline, you're talking about an entirely different set of variables per person.
Yes, which is what the Dahlia story taught us.
Right.
The Trailblazer can be dropped into any timeline,
but that
and change it.
You can argue that that's even, like, what an Enigmata does. Is that every time it's altering a okay, for argument's sake, let's say Fuli makes it to the end of time, becomes finality, looks back over the world, freezes everything in place. Every time they look back, they create a frozen timeline. If the Enigmata from the Dark Zone changes one variable, it might not just change something in a single timeline, it might create an entirely different timeline with that new variable.
Yes.
So then the Trailblazer is able to basically interact with the echoes of finality, calling forward and back to let them know to make a different choice so that they end up on a different timeline. To me, that's what it means to be a fateless one. But that doesn't mean that the fate of all these people within these timelines are fixed. Otherwise, Firefly ends up very different, right? Like, we changed her fate.
Yes.
Is that
because
not making
we use
her?
The power of finality to do that?
Right. Because we jumped timelines.
not the Enigmata.
No. That's true. But if you don't have a Trailblaze, you have the Enigmata. And you don't know, like, what variables the Enigmata is changing anyway. And to what end?
I don't believe that the Enigmata is strong enough to affect Fu Li's memories.
I do.
I think Enigmata can affect like planetary memories, maybe even like
in
solar system memories. I don't think that the Enigmata is strong enough to.
No, in one of the latest readables, it says that, in other words, they essentially believe that the Dark Zone has sculpted the universe into a form in which Mythos can intervene. If this holds true, then in the distant future, even after the finality has reached its finale, it isn't impossible that Mythos can reboot the universe once more. That may just be the most mysterious and alluring aspect of the Dark Zone. The Dark Zone holds infinite possibilities because it can go backwards.
Okay, now we're treading into the territory where I think March 7th ascends into Fu Li and Evernight ascends into Mythos.
Right, yeah, that's why Evernight is full of jellyfish references. Evernight is the Mythos to Fu Li's remembrance. Or to March's remembrance.
And that's why Fu Li and Mythos are so close together and, again, recreating the universe with memories. Yeah, Mythos would be technically doing the same thing Fu Li would be doing.
Mythos is the fallibility of memory.
So if Mythos can recreate the universe with memories...
Mythos has to be the one to recreate the universe, not Fu Li, because Fu Li sets the universe into a state of stasis. Fu Li is the one that changes a variable that can change those memories, which would then trigger a reboot. That's why I said Fu Li is the scaffolding or the material from which the universe gets recreated, but is not technically the one that recreates it. It's like saying the computer... Fu Li is like the computer. Mythos would be like the engineer rebooting it. If that makes sense. They work together.
Okay. I mean, okay, so if the Enigmata has reset everything, and the universe still dies anyway, resulting in all these different timelines, right? Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so resulting in all the different timelines that Elio looks over and makes the script from, correct?
Yeah. Well, we don't actually know how
now
he
we have the Trailblazer. So the Trailblazer's entire existence is more Enigmata than finality then, right?
Correct. Which, look at their ascension material. What's it called?
I don't know. It's been so long. What is it called? I don't pay attention to what that's called. What is that called?
Do you want me to tell you?
Yeah, just tell me.
Enigmatic Ecostella.
Okay.
And it's enigma colored.
We can't always trust the Enigmata because it's like we can't always trust the Enigmata teasing though. We can't always trust that because it could just be Fu Li. We're literally just having the same debate I had with Lollity's lore. It's the same thing. I'm like, Fu Li resets everything. And she was saying, oh, Fu Li doesn't exist. And I'm like,
yeah.
Yes, but no.
Lalody and I agree on this. Lalody and I agree. Fu Li isn't real.
I'm thinking the Enigmata is trying to help Fu Li. I mean, we basically just have the two roles of Fu Li and Mythos just reversed, but we're both ending up at the same conclusion. This is weird. We both agree on everything else except for Mythos and Fu Li. This is the most Honkai Star Rail theorist debate of all time. This is like it doesn't get better than this.
I have not been paying attention to what I'm doing.
Oh, this is crazy. I mean, I guess we'll just have to see who's right?
Yeah,
time will tell.
Yeah, exactly. No sense worrying about it. We'll find out eventually. We'll see who's right or who's wrong, and in the end, it doesn't really matter, does it?
That's elation. The real winners are the spectators, right, chat?
Yes! Absolutely.
The real winners are you guys.
Precisely. That's correct.
But the point is, I do get where you're coming from. 100%. I do get where you're coming from.
You just don't agree.
Correct.
That's okay. I don't need anybody to agree. It's a theory.
At the end of the day, it is all just a theory.
Yeah. A game theory.
Someone had to say it.
Yeah, I wasn't getting out of that one. Not at all.
But going back to Asat per mod, do you think that the world's end is...
I'm sorry.
Oh, hold on. Thank you, Adam, for sending 10 more people into the Genius Society.
Oh, it's funny.
Interesting. Everyone's
You're going to watch me fail at this for a very long time.
Personally, I think it's Evernight in March, to answer your question. I think it's Evernight in March. But, do you think that the world's end is the prime mover of life that Asat per mod's talking about?
No.
What do you think it is?
Well, when he said he was reaching the world's end, he was heading to the end of the world on canvas, which was the veracity. Otherwise, he goes to the world's end in the tavern. But the real end of the world is just finality.
But why would he say I'm going to go find the world's end and then join the Trailblaze?
Because that's where the Trailblaze is going.
To the veracity?
No. To finality.
The finality. I think the Trailblaze is trying to avoid the finality. That's the whole point.
You can't really... In my opinion, you can't avoid the final station on the train tracks. All you can do is make another station after that. That makes it not a terminal station. Although it is worth pointing out that terminal station in Plain Arcadia is at the torn canvas looking over the husk of veracity.
Is that what that's called?
Yeah, it's called Terminal Station.
Oh. I always thought fully and enigmatic work intended to recreate the universe in imperfect ways, misremembering events that lead to different outcomes. I think so, yeah. I mean, they do work together. They have to. They have to be.
That's because they're besties.
It's because of the same person. They ascended from the same person. It's March 7th and Evernight.
Yeah, this is why I'm still on my veracity is IX bullshit. Whoops. Forgot I was a suction cover. Whee!
So you're saying that Asat per mod's looking for the finality then?
Yeah.
Then why did he leave the Omen Vanguards?
Why not?
Because they didn't answer his question. His whole thing was he was trying to get his question answered.
Mm-hmm.
And his question was revolving around saving the universe
Uh-huh.
from the suffering,
Yeah.
which is what the Nameless do,
Yeah.
and it's what the finality attempts to do, but the Omen Vanguards don't always save people because people just choose not to be saved.
Yeah.
And that, I imagine, frustrated him into saying, well, this isn't the answer to my question either. So he devolved to the destruction the same way Xandar did.
Yeah, more or less, I think. I think that's about right. Because to me, it's like...
Go ahead.
Well, yeah, it is a matter of, like, creator hating their creation. In my opinion. Like, if he created the Omen Vanguards for one purpose and then it kind of, like, evolved beyond him and he realized it wasn't actually going to get him what he wanted, then, yeah. I mean, like, it makes sense to me that, like, he would leave. And seek another option.
It's more of him losing faith in humanity.
Or he may not have ever left.
That's true. It's a
It's
Assad
very
Pramod we're
possible.
talking about.
Yeah. Like how to put it? Oops. I'm thinking. And also trying to do a interplanar jump at the same time, and it's not going well. I mean, do we know that he left the Omen Vanguards?
I mean, it's a Assad Pramod who can be in multiple places at once. Technically, no, he doesn't have to. He could technically still be en route anytime he feels like it.
See, that's the thing that bugs me. He can, like, one of Assad's things is that he can be, like you said, in multiple places at once. Like, he can be multiple people at once. So, like, why couldn't he be Icy and En route and Assad all at the same time, the same way that he was Ryusuke and everybody else?
I think he is.
In which case, he both left the Vanguards but didn't leave the Vanguards.
Yeah.
So he could still be using them to seek finality.
He could. I think he could. He could. We don't know. That's why it's like I feel like we can't kill him because he's like we don't know
I don't think he's an
his
enemy.
ability spreads to.
Like maybe this is a hot take. I don't know that he'll be an enemy. I don't know that he'll
have to be.
I don't know that he'll be like a good guy. But
okay, personally, I feel like he is Assad Pramod is a mess. This guy,
he's a master.
He's very conflicted. He's very hurt. He's got a lot of issues. Like,
yeah, I mean,
like him
he adopted a redheaded painter daughter twice.
Yeah. Moral of the story: Assad is pom pom. Okay. Okay.
I mean, we don't know that he's not.
We can't say that he's not. But it's like he really wants to save things. But then his journey taught him that he couldn't save anything. So then he turns to destruction because what Nanook's whole mantra is purging the universe because civilization and humanity is tainted and corrupt. And that's the same thing that he believes. Assad Pramod. He believes that now.
Yeah.
And it's because of that where it's like I feel like he's kind of just lost faith in it. And that's why he's like he tells Graphia, the Trailblaze is gonna give you ideas and you know and you don't want that. It's gonna put all these delusions of grandeur in your head that everyone can be saved. It's not. Everyone's screwed. Kill everything.
Yeah.
And that's why he's Assad Pramod now.
Yeah.
So I don't think that he's technically. I mean, technically he is looking for finality. I mean, I see what you mean. I mean, it's again, we're basically just saying the same thing in different ways again. Like.
No, I think we agree. We just have very different reasons and rationale.
Yeah.
Because, like, I'm not disagreeing that he's also looking for the Trailblaze or wanting to go to the Trailblaze or whatever like that. But, like, it might even be that, like, you know how we said Aha was going to become the leader of the Anti-Destruction Alliance?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. If you assume...
I don't think that'll work, by the way.
Well, I like it, but that's neither here nor there. But here's the thing. Like, if you assume that, like, the theory about Nihilux being Aha is true, because, like, again, she's always in debt. Aha is in debt. They both love the Astral Express. Like, as much as I really don't like the idea of downgrading an Eldritch Abomination into a manga artist, I have to admit there's a weird amount of similarities and coincidences. She also has finality eyes, by the way, which is kind of weird. Finality eyes being like the
those
eyes
weird
of
stars in her eyes. That's finality. I haven't looked too closely into similarities there.
When Kiana became the Hersher of finality, those were the eyes she got.
Oh, that's true.
It matches the cocoon of finality, and that's also the symbol of the eons, the eye in the four-pointed star. Anyway,
that's a primo gem.
It is a primo gem. We can get into that if you want to. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to. We're not going to. We're not going to do that.
On my Genshin
no,
lore.
no, it's okay. We're not going to do that. No, but she also has finality. But like, she would not be a good leader of the
no
Anti-Destruction Alliance. But you know who would be? Asat Pramad.
Oh Lord! Can you imagine?
So in that way, you could get
I feel like you'd enjoy that.
I feel like you could get a type of Aha to lead the Anti-Destruction Alliance. It's not like the Eon.
Or one of Aha's fools.
That's technically what he is, right?
Wait, okay, so you're saying that all of the fools are just different types of Aha? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I think Aha is everybody, but that's separate.
Oh. Oh.
That's like a whole different thing.
That would make my head hurt.
We don't have to go into that. But like my point is like, you know how we had that prophecy about Dan Heng and Blade, right? And it was like, oh, these two are gonna have like an epic battle and like a showdown and everything. But then you realize that you interpreted the prophecy wrong.
Yeah.
Well, not you. You know, just like the royal you. Well, it could be a similar thing. Instead of having Aha specifically lead the Anti-Destruction Alliance, why not have someone who's walked the path of elation, who's as chaotic as Aha? You know what I mean?
I've never thought about Asat Pramad leading the Anti-Destruction Alliance.
It would be so funny.
I love it. I kind of love it. Wait, I really love that idea now.
It'd be so fun.
He would do it too. He would do it. Because he's not dedicated to being a Lord Ravager. It's kind of like it's more like a side hustle for him.
And he has a connection to all the correct like things. Because if you think about it, he knows about the Leviathans, which are like what the IPC are trying to guard against, which is probably why they're after the Veracity, because that is the Amber Lord's #1 enemy, the Dusk Leviathans, right? So like he's got a connection there. He's got a connection to the Elation, which was besties with the with the Trailblaze, so he's got that, but he's also got a link to the Astral Express. He's got a link to Finality, which links him to Stellaron Hunters in a loose way, which is also what the Trailblazer is. So like, no matter how you look at it, he has all the bits, right? He's got all the bits.
I said that in my last video. I was like, you know, what I'm realizing is that Asat Pramad is the real protagonist of this Plain Arcadia story. Everyone in this story is literally from his past. Everyone. Every faction, everything but the preservation, of course, but they're kind of just there.
And if he helps us
everything
out,
else is just...
if he helps us out, you could say he's giving us a hand.
Oh no. Yes.
Anyway.
Oh wow! I never thought.
Be so much fun. I don't know. I don't actually know if Hoyo would ever do that, but it would be cool.
It would be hilarious. I don't think Aha themselves is going to lead the alliance. I feel like, because the way that Aha likes to do things is they always leave themselves a way out of situations. Like I call Aha the cosmic puppet master. Because Aha is just behind the scenes, just doing things all because they feel like it. Like they're over here manipulating other Aeons, killing Aeons, just giving someone their power and then taking it back and then giving it power to their worm and then killing the worm and taking it back. And it's like they're just.
But is
they
it
have so much control over everything?
Is it a
for no
worm?
reason?
WORM, or is it a worm? WYRM.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I already saw where you were going with that. Oh no! Oh no! Wouldn't that be a wild twist?
That'd be fun.
If it was spelled wrong the whole time.
That is something a history fictionologist would do. Exactly. Exactly. Anyway. Oh.
That's what I wanted to say earlier. Okay, I just got a super chat. Being
right.
bit of a tangent. Sorry. Do you think
God,
the third way to kill an Aeon, betraying their paths, was going to happen to Nanook power friendship style? Yes, because I think that Nanook is a very conflicted Aeon. They want to destroy things, but their blood ends up healing things, and they're bleeding because they are conflicted with what they want to do with the universe. They think the universe is beyond saving, but there's a slim part of them that wants to save everything, the same way Finon was split, and part of him was hope, and the other part was destruction. That's my theory for Nanook. And that's how Nanook dies. And this even goes back to Noose's instance. Because every instant of Noose is another war. And the whole reason why Nanook ascended was because of war. And Nanook can't stand war, but they wage war because they believe that the world's gonna doom itself anyway.
Yeah, you may as well raise the ground at that point, right?
So yeah, but I believe what the Trailblazer want is what the whole purpose of the Trailblazer is to show Nanook that the world isn't beyond saving. And if we can do that, Nanook dies. Because Nanook will deviate from their own path. And I feel like Nanook is the only Aeon that is capable of doing that, so far as I know. Or is even close to doing that right now. Like I can't see Sheepe deviating from Harmony. I can't see Aha turning against Elation.
I see what you mean.
Yeah. But because Nanook is already on the verge of kind of like healing and harm, entropy and neg entropy, I feel like there is a way that Nanook can actually turn. That's also why I believe that Firefly will be cured from the entropy loss syndrome, because I think, this is my crazy crack theory, I think Firefly will become a Lord Ravager. And that's how she gets saved.
Explain?
Okay, so the way that Lord Ravagers work is that they get thrown into the Warforge, and it specifically says in the database they get their deficiencies patched up with antimatter. And there is no greater deficiency than a terminal illness put inside of your DNA.
True.
And if what Firefly is, what entropy loss syndrome basically means is she's losing 2 entropy. She's not losing her entropy, because that would mean she stays together. Losing 2 entropy means your body dissipates, which is what happens during entropy loss syndrome. But who better to cure entropy loss than the avatar of entropy?
That's fair. So,
I don't think Fire and like what path would Firefly target as a Lord Ravager? Propagation. She already has a path to hate.
That is true. That is true. Very interesting.
Yeah, that's my crack theory. That's my crack theory.
So in that case, she'd become one of the, well, I guess not, never mind. That's a little bit different. I was thinking about how Luocha is trying to kill the abundance with a piece of the propagation.
Well, I think we learned that they're trying to, they're on some different stuff over there with Lord John, Ron May, and Yao Guang. I don't know what they're on, but I kind of like it.
Oh no, it's great. It's excellent.
It's kind of
They're just
awesome.
like, what are these gods? Not God enough.
Yao Guang's like, no god is gonna hold me back.
Gods are there to be manipulated.
I love the Xianzhou, which is so elation coded, and the gods being manipulated, that's elation as heck. But,
oh, yeah,
but what I love about the Xianzhou, I call the Xianzhou, I have my own special name for the Xianzhou. They are the faction of zero accountability.
Okay.
Because all of their problems were caused by themselves, and they're making it a universal problem. And now they have an Aeon that ascended from their own people, that now nukes populated planets with Lux arrows, gravity-propelled stars. I love Lon so much. Like, that AI is so stupid.
He kind of is.
Because it's like, Lon ends up, and Lon ends up firing Lux arrows at the Xianzhou people and killing their own emanators, the Arbiter Generals. Lon is the only one that just kills their own emanators. The Xianzhou continuously causes their own problems. And they just refuse to acknowledge that, and now most of their Arbiter Generals are all working in tandem to stop Lon from firing Lux arrows. And I think that is just the best thing ever.
That is actually pretty funny.
I think that is just hilarious.
That is actually pretty funny.
It's like...
This Xianzhou is kind of weird, though. Like, in general.
What about him?
Well, like...
What about him is weird?
Like... Yao Guang's just like, oh yeah, the hunt would just be destruction if the destruction had discipline, and I'm like...
And Lon doesn't have discipline.
Right. I was thinking about that, like, as you were talking, I was just like, you know, like... They should just admit they follow the destruction at this point.
I have a video that's literally just titled, "This Aeon is a Lord Ravager," because that's what Lon is. Lon ascended to kill a path.
That's true, but like then also like the thing that's weird about Lon is like how do I actually don't even know how to articulate. I actually don't even know how to articulate the thought like that. Yeah, basically that. Like you ascended for a very strange reason and you can't even do it. That was what I was gonna say. Like, the perfect counterbalance to abundance is proving not to be the hunt. Like, it's not a predator-prey situation. It's the eat-or-be-eaten situation, which is veracity versus abundance. Which is like, then what is Lon supposed to do? You took his one thing.
Lon's a hater. That's what Lon is.
You know?
Lon is a straight-up hater.
Like, they took his one thing.
Lon is just a hater. Well, I mean, I feel like veracity isn't a counter to abundance. It just nullifies abundance. Lon's whole purpose is to kill abundance.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
So it's a little different. It's a little different. It's not that different. It's a little bit.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Still, though, the law of equilibrium says that this is bullshit.
I don't even know. How do you pronounce that Aeon? I call him Ho-Oh. Like the Pokemon.
I call him Woo.
It's like...
Yeah, I guess I do call him Ho-Oh. But I also just like to call him the Who.
Yeah.
Also, Umar, thank you for the super everything is dragon. Rah! Holy lesson 101. I mean, it really is. Like,
Everything become dragon.
I've written the whale fall dragon theory like twice, once for Star Rail, once for Genshin. But like the day after I released the Genshin one, no joke, they released the promo trailer for Petite Planet, and in it they had a big space dragony furry creature that like flew around space and eventually became planets and a galaxy. Like I was like, are you kidding? You're just gonna give me that? Really? The day after I needed it?
And we can't forget that the veracity is one of the only paths that exists in other universes. No, the permanence. The permanence is. It's permanence.
Well, it at least reached Earth.
Yeah.
But that also breaks the timeline in a crazy way.
Does it?
Yeah. Because like the creations of permanence in Honkai Impact are said to be like over 1 billion years old or something like that.
Uh-huh.
Our timeline doesn't go back that far for the eons and stuff like that.
Oh, that's true. The Dusk Wars.
So like it really screws with things and you're just like, well, wait a minute. And that's kind of like where the resetting timeline, branching timeline thing kind of starts to come into play. Because like you had to have an origin point somewhere. And if the universe resets, the question is, Does it reset in a way where, like, it loops back on itself? Or does it reset in a way of, like, you're knitting? That probably isn't very clear. Like, are you creating a new loop that loops back to the same point, but it's like a new loop, but it like continues on? So like, are you making like a looped chain, or are you just like going around in circles like a wheel? You know what I mean?
Kinda. The way I'm thinking about it is all the different Ho-Yo games are different branches of the imaginary tree. And what some of the Aeons, not all of them, but what some of the Aeons are able to do is they're able to hop between branches. Like Long was able to do. Long quite clearly has hopped between branches to spread their permanence to other timelines. So that's what I believe is going on.
But it also might mean that Eons aren't subject to time at all.
I don't want to entertain that thought. Because that would break a lot of different things.
It would! But it's
Aeons
possible.
have to be subject to time. They have to. Because remembrance is time.
Now, remembrance isn't time. Remembrance is memory.
Well, in Euphorius it is.
No. Time was the Enigmata. The Titan of Time was
you're
Evernight.
right. That's right.
That's
Wait.
why it gets weird.
Wait, but that was also Cyrene, though. Cyrene also
It was
represented
Cyrene
time.
originally.
And then it became Evernight. Oh, God,
And then it
we're
became
having the same
Evernight.
debate again.
Yes, we
We're
are.
having the same debate again.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
gonna keep happening. I'm sorry.
It keeps coming back. Make it stop.
I'm sorry.
It all comes back to Remembrance and Enigmata over and over and over again. Which one is which? They're both the same.
I know. I'm sorry. No matter which way you look, you're gonna get there. Alright, I legit... Okay, here we go. I was very stuck. Hold on. Ashika is the Mephistonova's Foolie. That makes sense. I accept that.
I like that.
I accept that.
I like that. That's so cool.
I think that
I just say Remembrance did everything, you say Enigmata did everything, but we're saying the same thing anyway because they're both the same freaking thing.
Yep. Yep. It's all in the nuance.
Oh, jeez.
It's all
Why
in
didn't
the
I think
nuance.
this was gonna happen?
I don't know.
Should have known this was gonna happen. We need to talk about something else.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. I'm stuck.
What do you think is gonna happen in Astropolis?
Corporal punishment.
For who?
Pearl.
Oh, what do you think she's being punished for?
Nothing. I just said the first thing that came to mind.
Oh. Because I actually looked up Astropolis shortly before starting to stream. And you know what it says in this very short description?
What?
It says, it acts as the headquarters of the Interastral Peace Entertainment.
Yeah.
And there's this little detail here when I was looking into Assad Pramod, and there is a certain faction that is actually fans of Assad Pramod from the IPC, because why wouldn't they be? Interastral Peace Entertainment actually sells merch of Assad Pramod's dice head.
How funny would it be if Assad was Pearl's boss?
My God. He's Oswaldo Schneider
Yes!
too.
Dude, that would be so fun. No, but that would be so funny because then he would also be linked to the preservation, still making him the perfect person to run the anti-destruction alliance. But then also now Ashvale starts to make even more sense, right? Because not only does he have a connection to the veracity, which Assad Pramod was responsible for, but he's also the leader of the Galaxy Rangers, who are hunting. Well, at least Boothill was, right?
They were hunting Zulo. And they got him. And then Asheville left. The Galaxy Rangers kind of hunt whatever they hate.
No, I know, but Boot Hill on Penacony, wasn't he looking for Oswaldo?
Yes, he was. He was looking for. He was. Oh my gosh.
That's what I was saying.
Boot Hill in particular was looking for Oswaldo.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about Zulo. Sorry.
For Dr.
I
Primitive.
actually forgot about Zulo. Yeah, no. But that's
Boot
funny.
Hill is looking for Oswaldo.
But see, remember, Boot Hill and Rappa are supposed to show up here.
They are. Along with some maid cat girl? Who's that?
Probably another ranger.
Yeah.
But she's probably a okay, here's have you ever seen that meme, like, that says that, I can't believe I just learned that a samurai, cowboy, ninja, and Victorian nobles all existed at the same period of time?
I just saw that meme like 2 months ago.
Yeah, okay. So, Boot Hill, cowboy, Rappa, ninja. You could argue...
The Victorian maid.
You could argue that Acheron is going to be the samurai, since she was masquerading as a Galaxy Ranger, right? And then the maid could be a Victorian maid. A Victorian-era maid. Then you'd have the whole quadfecta. What do you call that? What is a trifecta but with 4?
Absolutely nuts. I
That'd be
think
really
Aha
funny.
knows they're in a game, and if you think, wait, hold on, sorry. I think Aha knows they're in a game, and if so, do you think that they know the HSR universe is in a loop? And if they do you think that they remember the previous cycles? Reason Aha is crazy. I think Noose knows. I think Noose knows we're in a loop. I don't think Aha knows. Because just like Anaxa figured out that Amphorius was in a loop, I think Noose has figured it out. Which is why Noose says we've met many times before in the past. I think Noose knows.
Yeah, that's valid.
But to go back to what we were talking about, yeah, I totally believe that the Galaxy Rangers are a representation of that meme. And that would be awesome.
But it'd be so funny if then they got there and then they were hunting Oswaldo, and he's there, and he's a Sat Pramod.
That would be
You
awesome.
are a Sat Pramod. You
so
are a Sat
sick.
Pramod.
Because we just got that Enigmata rumor that the IPC is colluding with the destruction. We just got that dropped.
Mm-hmm.
From that conversation with Yao Guang and Pearl.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's sick. That's sick. Also, this other meme about Assad Pramod, I just learned. Apparently, Assad Pramod's dice head is a Chinese joke because to is both the word for dice and head. It's the same tone, just 2 different characters. I didn't know that until today. I just realized that today.
That is cool.
So, his design is still a joke.
His design is a joke, yeah, but that's kind of the point, right?
Yeah. But yeah, the whole Astropolis Lord Ravager thing with Assad Pramod's dice head, and that's why I can't see Assad Pramod dying, because he also has something to do with this. And if he's leading the Anti-Destruction Alliance, it would make perfect sense when we go to Astropolis next.
That would be so funny, man.
It'd be so good.
He's so funny.
It'd be so good.
I don't think I'd know what to do with myself at that point. I also have no idea where this chest is. I think I'm just gonna have to leave it forever.
What are your thoughts on what Himiko is?
I'm still gonna stick by my original assumption that she is a Imagine. I think I'm gonna stick with that.
Because I had a video that I just released today on my latest theory about Himiko.
I saw it, but I haven't watched it yet.
I'll just spoil it for you.
That's okay. Okay.
I think that she is an Imagine, but fused with a human. She's fused with the human Himiko. Because we saw Sparkle and Sparksy do the exact same thing.
That's
when a
true.
self-portrait is created and they become more of their artist than their artist is, which Himiko was because she was dying, And her whole thing was that she wanted to trailblaze, but since she was dying, she kind of just was more focused on surviving and living than anything else. So the other her just became more her than she was. So they ended up fusing, which results in Himiko having the memories of two different people. So we have the two stories of how Himiko found the Express. Because Himiko has two different stories of how she found the Express that she tells us in her dialogues.
I know it, it annoys me.
And my explanation of that is that the story of how she found the Express in the first place is told through her being an imagine and also being a human. Because the human Himiko is the one that saw it crash, because it's impossible for her to actually have seen the Express crash. It happened way before she was born.
Yeah.
But I believe that Graphia was trying to fix it first. And in her attempt to fix it, Himiko saw it crash when Graphia was trying to fix it. Graphia like got it into the air, but then it crashed back down. And that's when Himiko found it. And that's also how Himiko learned how to master Imagenesis, because she was in the world on canvas. Of course she would see Graphia. And if that all happened, then she would have created the self-portrait Imagine Himiko that we know now after finding the Express. And then she has to, of course, show herself the Express. So she shows the Imagine Himiko the Express, which results in the second story. And more proof of them that I think that they've fused is because there's no reason for the Imagine Himiko to remember the things that she remembers about her dad Ryusuke. And like she remembers what he said to her, like word for word about like you remember that long quote she said? So I believe that she has the memories of both human Himiko and Imagine Himiko because the two are fused, just like we saw Sparkle and Sparksy do. That's in a nutshell what my theory is.
See, I don't think they actually would have fused. I think it would have been that like the original Himiko has to die. Because otherwise you don't get rid of the weathering curse, right? But
well, if she fuses with an Imagine, and if her body is that of fused with a human and Imagine, her body can't weather because Imagine's bodies don't age.
That's not true.
They're not real.
That's not true.
What do you mean?
Well, because both Himikos had cracks on them.
Yeah, because she designed her that way.
Right.
Imagine's bodies are not like biologically accurate.
No, but a weathering curse is peeling paint, and paint can fade. And Imagine can also fade when they lose wish power. They have to be believed in by somebody, right? In order for them to continue to live. If the only person who believed in the Imagine version of Himiko was real Himiko, then if real Himiko dies, who believes in the Imagine? Eventually, she will.
That's why I'm saying that they fused.
No,
that's why they fused.
I don't think they fused. I think it's really just a matter of memory, right? Because, like, to me, fusing would be, like, literal. You would have to take a real physical entity and then literally make that flesh and blood fuse with ink, which I don't think happened. Instead...
I mean, we saw it happen, though. We have seen it happen.
Well, with Sparkle and Sparksy? I don't think so. Because Sparksy is her mask, and so is Sparkle. She always has been.
Yeah, but Sparksy's an Imagine.
So is Sparkle.
No, she's a human.
No.
How do we know that Sparkle's an Imagine?
That's the point. Here's the thing. Sparkle dons countless masks. Every time she gets sick of one, she pulls on a new one, and a new one, and a new one. And she swaps back and forth between her masks whenever she likes. So she just creates new identities for herself. It's not necessarily that, like, she's fusing with Sparkle. She's just altering herself. Like, to me, Sparksy is not a separate entity. Sparksy is just a piece of Sparkle that she made.
Yeah, but because she's an aberration now. So like she has her own consciousness. She's a different person.
No. She's a different role. She's a different identity. Same person.
No, we disagree on this.
That's
like,
okay.
The way that I see it is Sparksy is what Sparksy is another mask of Sparkle, but she's also a separate entity due to being an aberration and forming her own consciousness.
The original Sparkle is long gone, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, there is no original Sparkle.
Right. So who is this Sparkle? Why are we able to say that this Sparkle is somehow real in flesh and blood when the original Sparkle is long gone? You see what I'm saying?
Well, it's only long gone in her mind. It's not.
Are
Sparkle
you sure?
has mental issues. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think she has.
Sparkle has severe
I think
mental
Sparkle
issues.
has the least amount of mental issues as anybody here. I think she's the most aha of anybody.
You think Aha is sane?
Honestly, I think the saner you get, the weirder you are.
Wow.
Because here's the thing. The more you understand about something, the more insane you sound when you explain it. Right?
I get that.
The thing about Sparkle is every time she comes on board, she knows something she is not supposed to know. Like, by all accounts, she shouldn't know this shit. You know what I mean? Like, she foreshadowed Amphorius and what was going to happen there long before we even knew the planet's name. Things like that, right? And, like, why does she know those things? She's very informed from some angle, and yet she just sounds like she's bullshitting all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But then you look back and you're like, wait a minute. You're the most enlightened one out of all of us. You gave us all this information we didn't know that we didn't know we were ready to hear because we didn't have all the rest of the pieces. So you gave it to us in a really weird format. So the thing about Sparkle versus Sparksy is that they were always the same individual. Like, to me, they're just two identities. Like, you swap a mask. Multiple people.
Well, I mean, one identity has their own mind and consciousness now, though.
See,
like,
I don't
she's
agree
sentient.
with that.
I mean, we've seen them apart from each other talking to each other.
We've also seen them literally
having
turn into
disagreements
each
with
other.
I mean, well, they both have the ability to shapeshift.
Right.
Which is weird.
But if Asat Pramod can be multiple people at the same time, why can't Sparksy?
Oh, that's
what makes
true.
them different?
Well, no. So Sparksy's in. I guess we don't. Is Asad Pramod isn't an Imagine though?
Well, is Ryusuke an Imagine?
No.
So then,
that's just
how does
Asad Pramod shapeshifting?
No, but he's piloting multiple vessels at the same time. So he can't be shape-shifting. He has to be able to split and also shape-shift.
Yeah, but I don't think that's an Imagine thing though.
Perhaps not, but it's also not a flesh and blood thing.
I don't know. Destruction could do that. Destruction could possibly do that.
Well, so
honestly.
can Aha.
Yeah, but it's in a different way. That revolves around like wish power.
Yeah, but wish power.
Destruction can do it through like quite literally just manifesting something into existence.
That's what wish power is, though.
Kinda.
No, that's
but
what
wish
it
power
is
an imitation.
No.
Imagine are imitations of things.
No.
Imagine don't have organs.
Neither do robots. That doesn't make intelligence less
robots
real.
have. Yeah, well, the robotic Imagine will have wires if you look at them.
But the people
reality,
in Amphorius were just made up
mimicry.
out of Memoria. Does that make them not real?
No, they were real.
But they were just made out of Memoria. They don't have organs. They're just data. How's that different from an Imagine?
That's a good point, I guess.
Like,
that's why, but that supports my point though, because I think the Sparksy is her own flesh and blood person technically. Then,
but flesh and blood can't merge with flesh and blood.
She's another consciousness of Sparkle, yes.
But flesh and blood
she's a separate entity.
But flesh and blood can't merge with flesh and blood.
I think they can.
Okay.
Because of the way Imagine works, they can.
You want to try that? I will put my hand against yours, and we will see if the electrons start to share each other, share orbits. We'll see if they like stick together. We'll see if that fusion happens. I don't think it will.
Think it's like wish power is weird and Imagine are weird, but because we saw them fuse, I think they were separate entities and now they're not. Because when we hit them, they smack. When we smack Sparksy and we beat her, they split back up again. How else could that have happened if they weren't separate entities?
Okay, but you don't even know if this Sparkle is the real Sparkle.
There is no real Sparkle.
That's my whole point.
There's a Sparkle that we've been talking to. Okay, I believe that there is a Sparkle that is a human. Because imagine, okay, here's a point. I know for a fact that Sparkle is not an Imagine because Imagine cannot reproduce. They cannot draw other Imagine. That is stated in the game. Imagine cannot draw other Imagine. So Sparkle has to be a human.
No.
And if Sparkle made Sparksy, it is impossible for Sparkle to be an Imagine.
No,
Sparksy
because you're making the assumption that the Sparkle that we see on Plain Arcadia is a real flesh and blood Sparkle. Instead of just assuming that she is another mask of Sparkle. And Sparkle is somewhere else. You see?
No.
Yeah. It's the same as Asat Pramod, right? Because he has a main body somewhere, real flesh and blood. And he can make as many clones as he wants to. And he can pilot as many clones as he wants to. I think Sparkle can do the same thing. I think Sparkle might exist as a flesh and blood entity somewhere. But I think she has a ton of different identities and they can act independently. So to me, looking at Sparkle and Sparksy as two of those masks worn by the original Sparkle, it makes sense that they can fuse and split and switch between each other at will. That's how I see it.
I can't see Sparkle as not being a human. I can't.
I didn't say she wasn't a human. I said the Sparkle that we see on Plain Arcadia might not be the real Sparkle.
As in the same Sparkle we saw in Penacony?
No, because that would have been a dream Sparkle anyway, so that wouldn't have been the real Sparkle either.
Oh, that's true. Oh, boy.
Yeah, right. So what I'm saying is that somewhere Sparkle has a real human flesh and blood body. But that Sparkle wears however many masks that she wants. Those are all her identities, right?
Mm-hmm.
She can pretend to be any of them. But those, I think, are independent entities that she can sort of like channel or pilot or like a puppeteer almost. And then the Sparkle that we see in Plain Arcadia, the one that we've been interacting with to some extent, could be an Imagine, just like Sparksy's an Imagine, which makes them both compatible because those two, being of the same substance, could fuse, they could switch, but they are still part of the original Sparkle. Maybe I should just call her Hanami or something.
Well, the Sparkle we talked to says
Hanami,
that she drew her.
Imagine.
So is she lying?
No, because if she is part of Sparkle, then yeah, she did draw her, didn't she?
I don't think Hoya would do that.
I
don't think Hoya would do that.
They would.
I don't think they would do that.
They would, and then they have.
I don't think they would do that.
They would and they have. They did it with Dottore.
I don't know about Dottore.
Dottore split himself into multiple segments, and then he can basically say, I did something, but also I didn't do something because he has multiple segments, kind of like Xandar. They're all him, but they're not the specific segment. So he can say, well, I stayed in Sumeru, but I also left Sumeru. And both statements are true
boy.
because one segment left Sumeru, but the other one stayed in Sumeru. And they are both technically Dottore, but not the same segment of Dottore. And to me, that's kind of sparkly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Kinda.
Anyway, I
got a super chat. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay. It's I got a super chat that says the curse affects the female's body and the male's mind. The weathering curse affects Himiko's body, but her mind stays intact. Himiko has a free mind ready to swap bodies, but a male Himiko would be a mindless body. That's also what I believe. That also is why I believe that Himiko fused with her Imagine self.
See, maybe we disagree on the method of fusion, because I don't think flesh and blood can merge with the Imagine. I don't think that can happen, but I think you can transfer memories. And if you're arguing that you're transferring all of the memories of the original Himiko into the Imagine so that they can sort of live on in the Imagine Himiko, then I'd buy that, yeah. But a literal fusion breaks my brain. I don't like it.
That would involve remembrance power, and it's not a part of it, so.
Why would it require remembrance power? She's erudition.
Because remembrance power is like a memories, is the memories thing.
It's memoria, yeah, but that doesn't mean everything memory-based is remembrance. Otherwise, what the hell is Noose?
This is a database.
Yeah, but what is a database? It's a repository of data. What is a memory? A repository of data.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
The Iron Tomb can have memoria, but Noose doesn't control memoria. Like the transfer of data, and I feel like the transfer of like human memories and memoria are kind of different. Like it would require different means to do those two things.
Yeah, but why couldn't you?
Because it's not like you could just plug a USB stick into someone's head and then deload their consciousness.
Why not?
Like that would require, I mean, because if I believe that the way that you're explaining it, that would mean that there's no difference between a hacker and a cremator.
Explain? I don't think I follow
because
that
hackers can just take data and just warp it and just steal it. Just like a cremator can just steal memories. But cremators don't work on computers and hackers don't work on people. That's why I believe it's two different things.
I don't think so, because that'd be really weird with Silverwolf, because she can basically do things similar to that.
She can hack reality, but she can't just erase someone's memories from their head. No, she can't do that.
Well, then why can Kafka do that?
Kafka has telepathy. That's a different thing.
Well, isn't that still memory and mind-based?
Kafka has this weird telepathy thing that she has going on there. I don't know how she does that. We don't know. I don't think we know what Kafka's got going on. Her spirit whisper...
I think that's too rigid. I think that's too rigid.
It makes it easier to understand that way. Some things need to have rules. Not everything can be just willy-nilly.
Why not?
And it's like, oh, these things are the same, but all these things are the same too.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Why not?
That would bother me.
Well, that's how physics works.
Yeah, but physics isn't telling a story.
Stories are made of physics.
Stories include physics, yes.
Yeah. Stories are made of physics.
Yeah. I don't know about that one.
I mean, physics, you're defining the flow of time, you're defining perception,
Okay.
you're defining matter that you write stuff on.
It's an entirely different debate. It's an entirely different debate.
It is an entirely different debate. That's why it's fun! Anyway, the point I was trying to make is, like, to me, I don't think it matters so much the fusion. I'm gonna just ignore that point. Because, like, to me, if you had an imaginary friend and you painted them and they were, like, your companion since childhood and you painted them to be the idealized version of yourself, to me, they already would have all of your memories.
That's not how Imagine work, though. Like, when you make an Imagine, you have to show them their purpose and teach them things. They don't just come like that.
How many people make Imagine of themselves, though?
Well, we don't have that specific thing, but from the, what was it called, 31st Dates quest, we learned that, like, what he would do is when he made the imagination, he was pretty much a blank slate. And he would have to teach her different things and, like,
yeah, but
he
wanted her to be like that.
I mean, I guess. So you don't think they just naturally are like that? You think, I mean, aberrations kind of just form whatever the heck they want to, but imagine they have to be implanted with a purpose. I don't think that purpose involves also the memories behind it.
But what if Himiko is supposed to be the embodiment of the future the other Himiko knew she was never going to have? And that she'd spent her whole... Yeah, but if she spent her whole life with that Himiko, she would have been teaching her that purpose the whole time. So she would have all those memories.
She didn't spend her whole life with that Himiko.
Well, no.
She didn't spend her whole life with that Himiko.
Well, no, but because she would have to, like, learn how to paint her and everything. I know that.
Yeah.
But that's not what I'm saying.
I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand.
Himiko is an imaginary friend.
Yes.
Right? She was painted to be, most likely, the idealized form of the future that Himiko knew she was never going to have, because she was going to succumb to the weathering curse. So to me, she would have spent the Imagine's Himiko's entire life teaching her how to be her, or like what she wanted her future to be like. Right? Because even if her wish power went away eventually, like, it would still take time for it to go away. She would live on that borrowed time for a while. So, like, she could still technically have a future and live vicariously through that Himiko. So, like, I guess my point is I think she was created for that purpose. More so than they were, like, they fused intentionally afterwards. After the Phantasmoon games. You know what I mean? Like, I think that was always part of the plan.
But then, if... Himiko can't just be a normal Imaginate. She can't, because she has been going 15 years without any wish power. Doesn't make any sense.
Okay, but wish power is everywhere in the universe. You know that, right?
Oh, that's your theory. I remember that video.
No, it's not my theory. It's part of it. That is in the thing. It said there are two types of wish power, and it permeates the entire universe. Whether or not you agree with my personal theory is, like, neither here nor there. That's actually not even relevant. The point is that it exists everywhere, and it is tied directly to the Primum Mobile. Which means that all Himiko has to do is find a different source of wish power. She needs to swap from binary wish power to the wish power that's found everywhere else in the cosmos, right? Now, if Himiko repaired the Astral Express, could she not have just bound herself to the Trailblaze? Is it possible that the Trailblaze fuel we get to run the train was never technically necessary before Himiko took over as navigator?
Okay.
Is that powering
I made a video about
Himiko?
that, actually. I was thinking it was powering the train, and that the train runs off of wish power. That
yeah, but like I think Himiko has a connection to the train.
Oh, so her life is literally bound to the train.
Yes.
So she uses the wish power from the Trailblaze saving worlds and people hoping in the Trailblaze to survive, and that's how she gets wish power to live.
Yes.
That's possible, I guess. That is possible, I guess. But if that's the case, how did she survive after her other self died?
Well, she would have had a stockpile of wish power anyway, and she would have been in the world.
How would she do that how would she do that if if the real Himiko was the only one believing in her? How would she have a stockpile if she was only getting wish power from one person?
Well, she's not replenishing her wish power, but she would have just slowly faded away. She wouldn't have just disappeared instantly.
Even so.
Right? That's like the whole point of Inkford Hermitage.
All the Nameless were dead. The second she goes up into the cosmos, she's just run out of wish power and die.
No. Not all the
and also,
Nameless are
Himiko
dead.
used all of her wish power to defeat Marcus Antali. She had no wish power left.
Yeah, she used all of hers, but not all of the stuff that's in Himiko.
Yeah, but that also means that she had no more to give her. So
Yeah,
she was already running on reserves from that point.
Yes.
I believe she would run out of time before she was able to see, because that is at that point she has to speed run a planet basically. She had to speed run a planet by herself, being the only nameless.
I don't
get
think
the
so, though.
Trailblazers name back out there again.
I don't
Because
think so
at
though,
that
because
point,
not all
no
the
one
nameless are
believed in the
dead.
Trailblaze.
Not all the nameless are dead though.
But they
And
were.
they still no. Asap
Asap
Pramad's still
killed them all.
around. He's still a nameless. So is Graphia. Graphia still believes in the nameless. We're looking at Evanescia, who still believes in the nameless. We're looking at Asap Pramad, who still believes in the nameless. I know that's not like a lot, but like if you then see a train take off from Blaine Arcadia and go into the sky, suddenly you have something very different on your hands, don't you? You suddenly realize that, oh, the train is going. That's the Astral Express. And then there are people who from that point would start to believe in the Trailblaze.
That's such a pipe dream. I can't believe that. Like that's so flimsy. You have to admit that that's flimsy. You have to admit it's so flimsy. It's like, oh, Himiko saved a world because 4 people out of the entire universe believed in her, giving her enough wish power to survive and save a planet, and that's how she got enough wish power to stay together.
No. The Trailblaze doesn't require you to save a planet to get wish power. It requires you to go on an adventure. That's different.
Okay, even if you go to that takes time.
Yeah.
Time that Himiko wouldn't have.
You don't know how much time she had.
She couldn't have possibly had much.
You don't know that.
Unless she somehow got wish power
You're
from people
arguing for her
believing that she was
battery
the real
capacity.
Himiko from... Huh?
You're arguing her battery capacity.
Yeah, because imagine they need a constant supply of wish power to live. They need it. They need it almost on tap. Like the second they don't have any, they die.
That's not really what happens with Inkford Hermitage, though.
Yeah, they go there.
No, but like there's a bunch of Imaginae there who have been around since Graphia's time. That's 1,000 years.
That's where they go when Imaginae die.
No, when they're it's hospice. It's not a cemetery.
I mean, well, the way it was described to us was they run out of wish power and then they go there.
No, they run low on wish power and then they go there. They're living out the rest of their days as they degrade.
Let me go back and see this. Let me go back and see.
Because otherwise, that Kappa's going to be real confusing. And so is Casper.
Let me see. Well, I believe that they're alive because Graphia alone believes in them. And like Graphia's like holding them together, barely, because they're in her general vicinity.
But not all of them are Graphia's creations. But
well,
but like the Kappa is from Graphia's time.
Yeah. And so is the ice dude, Casper.
Yeah, but Casper was a creation of Graphia. That's different. That's not what I'm arguing.
Let's see, how is it described? Rumor has it that Graphia's soul appears from time to time to guide these weary Imaginae on their path.
Yeah. So they can go back into the world on canvas.
Because I was thinking about she's basically Casterus then. She's the Casterus of this domain.
Yeah, but if you're in the world on canvas, would you not have infinite time?
Yeah, but that's the only thing that's keeping you alive at that point. You have no wish power. It's the only thing that's keeping you like you're you're on life support.
Yeah, until you launch
the
Astral Express.
So if you were to leave, you instantly die.
That's only no, because you would be okay. If you had lots of wish power and you go into the canvas, does your wish power stop degrading, but you also stop gaining it?
Many Imaginae are born every day, just as many ancient lineages of Imaginae hide themselves away in the world and canvas once their wish power dries up. Okay, so they have no wish power. That's
and
what's
yet
said.
they're still around.
Exactly. So if they were to leave, they instantly die because they don't have any wish power.
But she wasn't there because she had no wish power.
Right, but she still
Inkford
wouldn't have
Hermitage
any.
proves to us that even when they're low or out of wish power, they can still exist.
Yeah, but
My
what do you think
point-
happens
my
to them
po-
when they leave?
My point is that you have to attach to the path of the Trailblaze. If she attaches herself to the path of the Trailblaze, which is kind of what it looks like she did with Himiko Nova. I mean, she's got a Trailblaze banner. Right? To me, that just shows that she's running on residual Trailblaze power as if it's wish power. Which gives her additional backup reserves.
How would she even do that?
Well, that is the mystery.
Like you can't just say, you can't just say, oh, I'm this. Like an Imaginae can't just say, oh, I'm this now, so I can get wish power from people believing in this object. What? That doesn't make any sense.
It makes more sense than flesh and blood merging.
It does to me.
Well, this makes more sense
Does to me because we saw it happen. We saw it happen.
We didn't. I will not agree on the sparkle thing.
Okay. I mean, we'll probably never get an answer to that anyway.
No, we probably will.
I don't think we'll ever know if Sparkle is an actual human or not.
I do. Because I think we'll get more forms of Sparkle.
Really?
Yeah. Well, you think they're only going to make one SP of her ever?
I mean, probably way later on down the road, when she becomes like an Emanator Revelation or something. But that'll still be like, that won't be the Sparksy Sparkle, that'll be the Sparkle we see now. I don't think that, I feel like Hoyo wouldn't just say, oh, this is just vague beyond belief. Like, it's impossible for you to get a grasp of this because Sparkle is just always everywhere all the time. You can't figure her out. I don't feel like they do that.
You have more faith in them than I do.
Because like everything they have is generally fleshed out. Generally fleshed out to the point of where you can understand, that you can conceivably understand what's going on. There are rules. And these rules are adhered to.
Kind of.
Elation bends the rules, but they don't necessarily break them.
Rules are made to be broken.
Yes. But in order for a story to be told, there needs to be barriers.
Yeah, listen. Listen. I'm not going to say that Hoyo has a history of retconning things, but they do have a history of what I like to call retrofitting. Where they leave things kind of vague in the beginning because they don't know exactly where they want to go with it just yet. But then, after a certain amount of time passes, they flesh out that vagueness with this new idea that they had, and they craft that new idea in a way that it fits into a slot that they already put there. It doesn't mean that they had that planned from the beginning. You know what I mean?
I think they generally have stuff planned to the point of where they don't have to break things.
I don't.
To like, because like my whole thing, my catchphrase is Hoyo doesn't do things for no reason. They are so intentional about so many things.
Listen,
I just can't conceivably think they do things for just on a whim, and then it was like, oh yeah, sure, we'll do this now.
Yeah,
like there's way too much foreshadowing for them doing that.
No, but that's how retrofitting works. When you write a story, there's two ways you can correct stuff with your past self. Either you can do a retcon where you change the past, or you can do a retrofit where you make the future fit a space that you left in the past. something that you didn't have a clear idea for yet. And the thing is,
Mm-hmm.
Hoyo does a lot of retrofitting. A lot of retrofitting.
Yeah.
That is how they
they-
write stories. Is that the point? Oh my god, that's a pointing too. So like, to me, it's not possible to plan out stories with the level of detail that they currently have them planned out from the start and expect no changes. And we know that because we know of instances where they have changed their story and their plot and their ideas for characters and the role that they play and things like that. And they need to have that level of flexibility because it's a live service game and they need to be able to respond to feedback or player sentiment whenever they run into a problem. So that ambiguity works in their favor. So to me, it's not necessarily that they make these rules that can never be broken. They make the rules just vague enough so that they can be broken conveniently when they need to.
That's why I said they bend the rules, they don't break them. That's what I mean.
But see, to me, that is breaking the rules. Because if you set a rule that can't be broken right from the start, right? Then to me, it doesn't necessarily matter. How do I put this? It doesn't matter like how you change the rules. The fact that you change the rule is still breaking your own rule. I don't know if I said that in a way that will make sense out of my brain, actually.
I kind of got
But
lost.
I don't have... okay, the bottom line is that I don't have enough faith in Hoyo to say for sure that they've planned all of this out from the beginning and that all of this is definitely going to come to fruition. There's definitely some things that I'm just like, you did not plan that. You 100% didn't plan that. And like, I have demonstrable
proof. It's more fun
proof
to think
that
of it
they
as if they do.
Huh?
It's more fun to think of it as if they do.
I don't really like to think of it that way. But that's a personal preference thing. That's got nothing to do
Because
with like
think about okay. Think about it this way, right? Think about it this way. In 4.0, we had Sparkle fusing with Sparksy. We had Sparkle turning herself into Xandar to represent, hey, I've lost control of my own creation that has become a better me than I am. Right? We had that all in 4.0. We had Sparksicon, right? The whole thing of everyone becoming Sparksy.
Yeah,
all
but
of this foreshadow future
story.
plots. Huh?
Yeah, okay, but no, okay. We're talking about on two different scales. Sorry. I understand where you're coming from now. You're talking about the scale of a planet. I get it. Okay. I wasn't.
I wasn't.
So, okay,
things are going to change. Like later
I'm
on
with you
down
now.
the road when we go to like
it.
Adlevon, things are going to change. Like,
yeah, no, okay.
That's just how it's going to go.
I understand what you were saying now. I was thinking on a very different scale than what you were implying. If you're talking about like per planet, yeah, no, that's accurate. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, like rules are going to change from planet to planet because all these planets have their own set of rules. And we basically have to restructure the way we understand things every single time we go to a different planet.
Yes. Well, kind of. I mean, they have rules that for like their overall how do I put this? The Hoyo-verse, really, that they tend to repeat or use over or remix. So, like, those rules don't really get broken, but they definitely get remixed over and over and over and over again. But I don't think that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about.
I actually forgot what the original question was.
Right. My mantra of saying Hoyo does not do things for no reason. And I brought my proof being the Sparksy and Sparkle in 4.0 foreshadowing so many different things in the story. Like the whole Shuhu, everyone becoming Shuhu thing, that's just Sparksicon.
Right, yeah.
The whole deal with Sparkle losing control of her creation, that's just Xandar and Noose. And the reason why I think that that Himiko fused with her other self is also backed up by that foreshadowing. I think they're just riding that out because they love to have Sparkle spoil stories. They love to do that.
No, I agree. Hoyo really likes to spoil their whole story at the start.
In a way that you'll never guess. It's like, this is what the story is, but you'll never prove it until it's over.
Yeah, they've been doing that in Genshin for a long time with the Summer events. They'll basically outline most of the plot of like the next region, but in a way that's like really difficult to dissect unless you're looking backwards.
Mm-hmm. So right when you're at the end, you'll be like, wait a second, I know this already.
Yep.
You did not just do that to me. And Hoyo's like, yeah, I did.
Yeah, they do that a lot.
I think that is just the funniest thing. It's such a flex, honestly.
It is a flex, but like the more you see it, the more you're just like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe don't do this again. But
I like it. I like that they do that. I think
in that
it's hilarious.
case, though, like, in the end, you basically just have this. If you use Sparkle's ending of her quest as the ending of Plain Arcadia, which isn't totally accurate, just because it didn't quite end in a way that I think Astropolis is gonna. But like, let's say that's how Plain Arcadia ends, but not Astropolis. Then, I mean, all you'll end up with is a situation where you realize that Himiko was both Himiko the whole time, but also wasn't both Himiko.
Yeah.
In the same way that Sparksy is Sparkle, but also isn't Sparkle.
Yeah.
So in the end, we just end up full circle.
Yeah.
Because there's
Schrodinger's Himiko.
Because the original Himiko is dead. Whether or not whether you argue that she fused with the Imagine Himiko, or like she died and left Himiko behind, like her memory or her legacy or whatever. Like regardless of either way, like the original Himiko is gone. One way or another.
Unless she's still in there.
What, unless she's still in the world on canvas?
No, unless she's still inside of the Imagine body somewhere.
I hope not.
Because again, when we smacked Sparkle, the other one popped out.
That would be really fucked up.
And if Himiko gets hit too hard,
that would be really fucked up.
That'd be so messed up. That's something Hoyo would do. That is 100% something Hoyo would do.
I don't think
Hoyo
so.
would absolutely traumatize us with that. That's something I have no faith in Hoyo not to do.
Really? I don't think they would. I'll take that bet.
They'd be like, well, Hoyo better. Because Hoyo knows that Himiko is a character that they can hurt us with.
See, I'll take that.
And Hoyo is sadistic about it.
I'll take that bet. I'll take that bet.
It's like we better protect Himiko, because if she gets hit too hard, the dead, dying Weathering Curse Himiko at 1 HP is gonna pop out and she dies instantly.
Oh, that would be awful.
Oh, that'd be so bad. Or if she had to like separate herself to like save herself from something. Like only the Imagine half of her could like make it, and so like she has to separate from herself. Oh god, that is 100% something Hoyo would do. Oh god, that's 100% something they would do. Hoyo's so mean.
I don't know if you have more faith in them than I do or what, but I don't think it is something they would do.
We both have our faith in Hoyo in different ways. I think they like to cause us pain.
Oh, they definitely like to cause us pain. I just don't think they do that.
It's like, what I saw in Amphorius, I'm like, okay, there is no limits to what Hoyo is going to do. Like, when Lygus said, I'm going to enjoy carving open your chest and pulling out the core flame from it. From a Goliath who's already dying on the floor. That is, I'm like, okay, this game's no holds barred. There is nothing they won't do.
He didn't do it. It's just empty threats.
It was an empty threat. He actually killed her.
I know, but like we didn't get to see it. So like.
No, we didn't get to see it, but he did it. It's implied. He did it.
That's
he
weak
100%
sauce.
did it.
That's weak sauce. This company won't do it. Yeah, they won't show anything on screen. They won't show you all the fun stuff.
They're not going to show it, but it happens. The cruelty happens. We just don't see it. It's like like Avengerine's backstory. We saw like screenshots of it, but it was bad.
It was bad. But like Genshin has crazy levels of trauma. But like you go through the main quest and it's just like nothing.
And in Furious, we saw a lot of really bad stuff
like,
on screen.
To me, but the thing, okay, here's the thing. To me, a bad thing is only going to be a bad thing in a story if it actually has repercussions. And to me, the things that Lygus did in Emphorius had no repercussions because technically, none of those things actually ended up mattering. Like, who cares if you rip the core flame out of one of the versions of the Titans? Right? Because, like, they just come back in a new simulation. There's no repercussions.
I don't like that. No.
There's no repercussions.
No, it matters. It matters. It matters to me.
It doesn't. When Emphorius is reborn, are they going to remember that? Are they going to remember 33 million cycles? Really? I don't think so.
I don't know. What will they? That's a good question. What will they remember?
I don't know, but we're going to find out in like 3.8 or 4.8, right?
What do they even remember now? Like,
who knows?
Like, because like some of the things they say, I think do roughly reference the cycles before. And I'm like, do you remember all the different times you died? If so, how many? I don't know. Like, do you remember all the different times Finon killed you? Like,
but not even just the Titans, but like, what about the regular people? Are they gonna remember anything?
I have no
idea. And if so,
idea.
like, what would they remember? Would they remember the apocalypse? If the world is born, is it actually going to be born and then, like, have to go through, like, a whole evolutionary period? Or is it going to be born fully formed?
Depends on what Herta decides.
With, like, a fake history.
Right?
I
think everyone will just kind of know. I don't know. I feel like that's why it's taking Herta so long to do. Because it's like,
I mean, technically,
if you recreate Emphorius, you could just recreate it and just put them back where they were after like before the world ended, like the day before the world ended and everything, and like all the Chrysoseirs died. But then again, all the Chrysoseirs are like from different generations. Like Castorus is way older than Mighty.
Yeah.
Oh, it's messy. Oh, it's messy. It's so messy.
Yeah, but maybe they get born in a world with no Titans.
Yeah, where did the Titans go?
Well, the Titans were supposed to be the Eons, so we already have Eons, so...
The Titans just ceased to be?
I guess. Hi, Finny. Hello, sweetie.
Oh, boy. That's a problem.
Hello, sweetie. Who's a good girl? Sorry,
I'm sorry,
Fenris
Adam.
came
Thank
to
you for
visit.
sending 10 more people into the Genius Society.
Also, I've been ignoring a lot of what's happening in my chat. I'm sorry.
Yeah, me too.
I'm
I'm sorry.
I get stuck in. Anyway, Omar, thank you for the super. That happened like a half an hour ago, and I didn't see. But yeah, everything is dragon. Everything. Everything is dragon.
It's like we both have our obsessions that we refuse to let go of, and we can't prove until something happens in the story.
I know.
Oh, this is great.
Why
I'm
is
having a good
Fenris
time.
a
Are you having a
girl?
good time? I'm having a good time.
Why is What do you mean, why is Fenris a girl? She was born that way. She doesn't have a weenie. And I don't think dogs have a concept of gender. I think
Sorry,
she might think she's a cat, though. They're talking about my dog. My dog's name is Fenris, and she came in to say hi.
Oh.
And then Epi in chat's just like, why is Fenris a girl? And I'm like, I don't know. Ask her mom. Oh, I didn't read the instructions for this level. I see. Okay. She was born that way, man. I can't help you.
Dogs do be dogs.
They do be dogs. Dummy dogs. Right, yeah, what were we saying? Oh, I was supposed to be looking at chat. I shouldn't be platforming when I'm supposed to be looking at chat. That's a terrible thing. Names don't have gender. True, that's why we can have a boy named Sue. Okay, that's a Johnny
People
Cash.
been sharing some fire takes. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What?
We're having very intense debates and discussions here. And we always tend to agree with each other and disagree.
It's okay. That's half the fun.
In the same ways over and over again.
Yeah, but the thing is that means that I'm going to be right about some things and you're going to end up being right about other things and it's all going to even out. It'll be great.
Yeah.
It's balance. We are the equilibrium. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
We are ho and oh.
Mythos and Foolie.
Exactly. Oops. I got smacked. Why is Fenris not named the grammatically correct Fenrir? Because her full name is Fenriselfar. And I just call her Finny.
That is a colorful name.
Okay, so when I was first looking to get a dog that wasn't like a rescue, because all the dogs I ever had were rescues before this, and I was just going to get a puppy this time, I was told that from a young age, you should have 3 names for your dog. You should have the nickname, which is like the cute name that you call them all the time. Who's your good girl, Finny, right? And then you should have their actual name. So like when you take them to the vet, hey, I'm bringing in Fenris, you know. And then if you want to ask your dog to do something like Fenris, sit, or whatever, like that's the name you use.
Mm-hmm.
But then when your dog misbehaves, you need a 3rd name, their full name. So you know like when your mom calls you by your middle name?
Uh-huh.
First, middle, last, get over here right now. That's what Fenris
that's how you know it's serious.
is. Yeah. So Levi has the same thing. I call him Lily most of the time.
Oh.
But his name is Levi, but his full name is Leviathan.
You did not. You didn't.
Okay, listen. Before you say anything, he's 12 years old.
Oh, so you've always been like this.
Yes. Yeah. Finny's 11. So, I named them after mythical creatures on purpose, and it just so happened Hoyo happened. So, yeah.
No one will ever believe you.
I've got their birth certificates if you want proof. I mean, I've had them since they were 8 weeks old.
Yeah, but you are the Mythos side. I'm the Foolie side. You're the Mythos side. Who says that you just didn't just go back in the past and, you know, do your Mythos thing?
Mostly because I hate time travel. That is a well-known fact. That is a well-known fact. That I hate time travel. Well, I don't actually hate time travel. I hate time travel as a narrative plot device when it's just, like, convenient. You know?
It's messy.
I don't mind time travel when it's, like, the point or, like, you're dealing with the repercussions or the fallout or, like, the weird mechanics of it and that kind of stuff. I think in that case it can be fun. But, like, when someone's just like, oh, yeah, they went back in time and that's how we resolve this plot point. The end. I'm just like, no. You don't get to do that.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, exactly. That's when I become a real time travel hater.
There are repercussions to time travel, always.
That's when I become a real time travel hater.
Unless you're traveling in time in a different timeline that has nothing to do with yours. Yeah,
basically. Like, I don't mind when it's a game mechanic. Like, you know, if you play any game, like even games like Life is Strange, right? Like, that's not really a game about time travel, but like the main character has like time reversal powers, but it's like a core game mechanic. It's like the central thing the entire game revolves around, and if you take that away, like the whole game kind of falls apart.
Yeah.
In those cases, totally fine. Like it. It's very good, right? It's kind of my standard. That was a weird segue. I didn't mean to go off on a tangent. Sorry.
There was another thing I wanted to discuss with you. Right. Okay, so this is one theory that I wanted to tell you from the very beginning.
Yeah?
There's a theory that I have made that is the longest running theory on my channel.
Okay.
I call it the in-game paths theory. I call it the in-game paths theory. And what it means is that every character has a path that they follow in lore and a path that they follow in game. Whereas, like, I don't know, the first Sparkle is Elation because she's a max fool, but in game she's Harmony, and there's a reason behind that. Behind how you'll making her a Harmony character.
Uh-huh.
And that reason
money.
is because, huh?
No, carry on.
And that reason is because just like Sheepei has many different incarnations of themselves, and they all harmonize in like one individual being, that's basically what Sparkle does. She mimics with what she does, she mimics Sheepei, which makes her a Harmony character.
Okay.
Like, there are many, countless different Sparkles, but there's only one flesh and blood person.
Okay.
Just like there's only one Aeon, there's only one Sheepei, but there are many other incarnations of Sheepei that all harmonize with Sheepei.
Okay, you lost me. Can you
Okay.
explain? I don't know if it's because this cat is distracting me or if I legit missed a piece. Little lost. What do you mean other incarnations harmonize with Sheepei?
Okay, so basically all of Sheepei's harmonic strings are different incarnations of Sheepei.
Okay.
All of them harmonize with Sheepei.
Okay.
Just like Sheepei, Sheepei is described as like an Aeon that has, I mean, it's like Sheepei has like multiple different faces, right?
Uh-huh.
But they all work as one. Sparkle has many different incarnations of herself, but only one individual being.
Huh.
That's why she's a Harmony character.
Okay.
And another
What
example
about
would be Saridra. So the reason why Saridra's a Harmony character is because remember when she went to Penacony and she was like, "Oh, the Order is great. This is what I want to do." I mean, she's modeled off of the Order, and the Order is inside the Harmony right now. So that they're one now. That's the reason why Saridra's Order.
What?
Order and technically also Harmony.
Hold on, I'm forgetting her name. Why am I so bad with names? Sorry, it's just a thing. I'm just really terrible with names in general. Wait, where did my
Describe
name
her.
go?
Describe the character.
No, I'm gonna find her name. Wait, why am I doing? I have the game open. What is wrong with me? A question that everyone asks daily. Hold on. What about? Where'd she go? Ah! This one. Wait,
Who is that?
hold on. It's the wrong menu to go to. I don't know why I went there. Leave me alone. I play on my phone 90% of the time unless I'm recording, so like forgive me if I screw up stuff. Hanya. Why is Hanya
I don't know about
Harmony?
Hanya's lore too well. I don't know Hanya's lore well enough.
What about Asta?
Asta. I haven't looked up her lore either. Oh, I haven't looked up her lore either.
What about Bronya?
Bronya is I do know why Bronya is a Harmony character. Well, isn't it because it's kind of her job to run everything and get everyone on one accord? Isn't that like her whole job as the Supreme Guardian?
What about Ting Yun?
Ting Yun is Harmony because, okay, I made a video about okay, which Ting Yun?
Well, the other one's Nihility, so...
Fantalia Ting Yun? Oh, right, Ting Yun's Harmony. Okay, so... The reason why Fantalia Ting Yun is Harmony is... Oh, I'm trying to think back on what I said in this video. because I had it logicked out. I had it logicked out. The reason why Ting Yun is Harmony. Ah, dang it, I can't remember right now. Okay, let me just go back. Let me just go back. It's been a while since I've thought about Fantilia Ting Yun.
While you do that,
Where is this? Where is this? Where
there
is
were
this?
questions in here. RJKY, thank you for the super. Oh, you're gonna try and make me say that on. This is so mean. You're so mean, but also very nice because you sent me a super, but also mean. Because see, the W is supposed to be a V. They're saying Gesamtkunstwurm, which is, I guess.
Oh, okay.
The holistic dragon? I guess the holistic worm?
I got it.
The
I
master
got an answer for your
worm?
question.
Okay, what?
So the reason why Fantilia Ting Yun is Harmony is because as a Heliobus, she has possessed and has copied many, many different people. So she has quite literally multiple different faces.
Okay. Yukong?
That's literally her. Yukong, like, again, like, isn't that kind of her job? Like,
What, to be a boss?
yeah, to like be a boss and like.
Well, if that's the case, then how come all bosses aren't Harmony?
I mean, some connections are easier to make than others, honestly. I guess I could say the same for Asta too, honestly. But you're bringing up all these characters I've never thought of this theory with before. I've never really thought about these before. But I mean,
Okay, but what about
all these
Ron
old
May?
characters. Ron May.
Who I don't have.
Ron May. The thing about Shippei is that Shippei wants to pretty much dominate other Aeons and supplant other Aeons. And what Ron May wants to do, she wants to study all of the different Aeons and then eventually become one.
Yeah, people keep saying that. I don't quite understand
Very
why.
similar. Oh, she says that in Myriad Celestia. She says, if I can dissect all of the different paths, maybe one day I could become an Aeon.
Yeah, but to me that doesn't sound like a desire. It just sounds like a... Oh, I was with the wrong thing. To me, it doesn't sound like a desire. It just sounds like... You know... a scientific musing. Like, maybe if I figure out the genetic code, I could make my hair red. Does that mean I want my hair to be red?
I mean, why else would you do it?
To see if you
Unless
could.
you want to do something with it, right?
No, because you could see if you could.
I mean, all the Genius Society members study in order to do something.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they want to be a thing. Wanting to understand an Eon isn't necessarily, like, the same as, like, wanting to become an Eon for the sake of being... Like, okay, if I wanted to understand something, like, say I'm an actor and I want to understand teachers so that I can play one on TV, right? I understand wanting to become a teacher for a while to get the experience. But that doesn't mean I always wanted to be a teacher. That doesn't mean like that's a desire of mine, right? My desire is to act well and to understand the role I'm playing. It just so happens the role I'm playing is that of a teacher. Like, to me, Ron May is the same thing. I don't think she actually wants to be an Eon. I just think she, like, wants to understand the universe. And that includes being, or, like, it includes Eonhood. And the best way to understand that is to ascend or, like, experience it herself. But if she does that, she's no longer herself. She has to, like, she's be forced to a path. Which, in my opinion, would
Unless you can descend.
Unless you can
like
descend,
you said earlier.
true, yeah. Unless that's possible. But, like, to me, like, those things are at odds with each other. Unless she wants to become an Eon that understands all other Eons. I don't know what path that would be.
I think she'd make a new path, honestly.
Well, all Eons, when they ascend, make a new path or they take over an existing one.
Yeah.
But you only really take over an existing one if, you know, there is no Eon on that path.
I've never really thought about what kind of Aeon she would become. But it would
That's
probably
kind of
be
my
something
hang-up on
about
it.
making the entire universe her petri dish,
Yeah.
which scares me.
Yeah, I guess like it's hard for me to like. I think it's hard for me
If
to
the only way
conceptualize
for her to understand the way the Aeons work is to ascend into an Aeon, she wants to ascend into an Aeon. Come on. Come on.
But that's the
If
thing,
it's only
is, like,
one way.
nah, but I still don't think like that's enough, I guess. I feel like that's like not I feel like that's like not how you become an Eon.
No, I don't know if she'll
you
be
can just want
successful
your
or
way
not.
into being an Eon, or even like science your way into being an Eon. If you were to do that, you have to somehow lock yourself to a prima mobile, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just can't imagine that she'd want to do that.
I mean, she might not ever actually become an Aeon, but I think she's trying, because that way she'll understand everything.
Yeah. We'll disagree
I don't think
on
she's
that
thinking
one.
about the consequences of doing that. I think she just wants to do it, just to see if she can do it.
I don't know.
Because the
Ruin May-
geniuses generally don't really think of the consequences of what they're doing.
Okay, I think there's a difference between thinking about the consequences of what you're doing and caring about the consequences of what you're doing.
Oh, I don't think Ron May cares about either. I don't think she does either.
I mean,
She
that's
kind of just
fair
acts.
enough. That's fair enough. I can't really argue with that.
She doesn't think if she doesn't think about it, she can't possibly care. Think about it that way.
I guess so.
I love Ron May. I love Ron May so much.
I guess so.
She's such a psycho. He's so crazy. She's just like, oh yeah, I have a collection of Leviathan corpses. She says that casually.
Well, yeah, she's studying them.
Oh, like, yeah, I have a bunch of just corpse fragments of an Aeon just in my like, where does she keep this?
I forgot Ferda was in my party.
Where does she keep these things?
I mean, if Herda can have an entire space station, why can't Ruan May?
Well, I mean, Herda has funds on tap. I don't know if Ron May actually has. I guess she must be rich, right? But
Well,
like,
she might have sponsors. All scientists have some kind of sponsorship,
yeah, it's true.
right? She's
I mean,
got to
she
get
has
that
to
from
be.
somewhere.
Yeah, she has to be very well off, regardless.
I'd hope so. I think I've cleaned out this whole city, except for the Furbos. I don't know where all the Furbos are. I guess we just run around and smack things until a Furbo shows up.
But yeah, that's why I think she's Harmony, to answer your question.
Interesting. Does this theory work with all of the paths? I guess is my next question.
All of the playable ones so far, like, especially all of the recent ones. All the recent ones have lined up perfectly well. Like Dahlia being Nihility, that makes perfect sense why she's Nihility. Like, that makes...
Are you gonna
like,
elaborate on that, or?
Okay, sure. Her whole goal is to pretty much hate on the Remembrance. That's her entire goal, and she believes that the Remembrance's views are wrong. And the whole thing about the Remembrance is the... Okay. No, it wasn't about that. It wasn't about that at all. Okay, so Dahlia, as a person, she wants to dedicate herself to basically every possible path. In everything she comes across, she basically wants to join. She joins everyone's team.
Okay.
But when you join a team and you're dedicated to everything, you're not dedicated to anything. Because a dahlia flower represents commitment. That is the representation of a dahlia flower. And because this individual manages to join every possible team and then eventually betrays them, she says that they mean things to her. But in reality, they really don't. She doesn't really care.
I see.
And I believe it's just the concept of if you're dedicated to everything, you're dedicated to nothing. That's why she's nihility.
I see, I see. So what do you intend to do with a theory like this?
I don't know. Because like fine on being destruction makes sense. Danheng and Danheng prevents Ortera being preservation. That makes sense. Like Silverwolf being elation and then being nihility makes sense. Because if she believes everything is a game, then she doesn't believe that life really matters at all. And there you go. She's nihility. And then she's elation. There's like, okay, well, she's using her cartridge now. Then that makes her elation now. And because elation and nihility are just two sides of the same coin, it makes sense that she would have a form that's nihility and a form that's elation. You have Acheron, that makes sense. Herta, that makes sense. Lingshot, well, she's a healer. That makes sense. Firefly, destruction. What is her quote again? Fight to live. Like,
I don't know. I don't have her.
You don't have Firefly.
Nope, I'm not really a big fan. What?
What was her voice line again? Right. Like fireflies to a flame, life begets death. So like destroying everything, including herself, is kind of her thing. Along with Blade, has basically the same concept. But then Mortonak's Blade is different because then he has veracity and abundance eating each other, and that basically nullifies each other, which forces it to be nihility. Also, Blade comes to the realization that him wanting to die this whole time is pointless because he's never going to, and he pretty much stops fighting it in general. So it was all for naught. The entire journey of him trying to die was all for naught, thus he's nihility.
So what about Welt?
Welt, okay, this is... I had to look back into Welt's lore. Every single time that... Okay, this is really sad. Welt, the reason why Welt is nihility is super duper sad. Because...
You don't think it's just because he wields a black hole and Ix is a black hole?
It goes deeper than that. It goes down to like his ideology and like all about his life. Because even when he was in HI3, every time he fought, he would almost never ever win fights. And every time he would fight for something, something would go wrong and he would end up never saving anything. And always put his trust in someone else to save everything in his stead. He would always end up sacrificing himself, or like, it's like when he was fighting Siren, he would defeat her, and then Otto would come up, right? And then Otto would come up and like save Siren, and then he fought Siren again, was going to win. Siren decided to just throw meteors into the Earth, so he had to go and stop that. And then when we saved the Earth, that's when Siren came and defeated him. And it's like, it's all these different things of Welt never being able to save what he's trying to save, and now he's here, and his whole thing here is that he's in his prime again. He's back in his prime. He has all his powers that he had before, and now his whole goal was to save Himiko. His whole goal was to save Himiko, and now Himiko's dead. Before he even got there, nihility. He's never able to save people. He's never able to save people. He's never able to win. And it's so sad.
But he saved his family. He saved Earth from the Sky People. Technically, Otto was defeated in the end.
Yeah, but was it him?
I don't think it needs to be him, does it?
Well, I mean, the path thing is like your own personal thing, right? Like, he wasn't able to do it. That's why I said earlier, it's like every single time he had to entrust it to someone else. He has to entrust it to someone else every single time. It's like defeating Kevin. He had to entrust that to Branya.
Well, yeah, because it was also entrusted to him.
I got a comment. Otto didn't lose in the end. That's true. Otto won. I forgot Otto won.
Otto always wins. He's the one who took himself out, man. Like he didn't lose to anybody. He fought himself and still won and lost at the same time.
I wouldn't even say he lost in any way. He got exactly what he wanted.
Well, no, because he died in one timeline, but not. Well, no, actually, technically, he died. No. Yeah, he died in one timeline to save the other.
And he created a timeline where Callan lived. He won.
Right, but like he also died.
He didn't care. That's a win for him too. He didn't want to live anymore.
Still.
I'd say Otto's a Nihility character too. I'd say he is.
Well, I even have like a whole unlocked.
No, he'd be a destruction character. He'd 100% be a destruction character. He was the whole time. He was just trying to destroy himself.
If he was supposed to be a destruction character, then why is he abundance?
Otto?
Lucha.
Oh, Lucha. Oh.
That's an Otto.
That's not Otto.
Yeah, it is
him, but it's not him.
I know, but it's still an Otto.
It's him, but it's not him.
It's still an Otto.
It's an Otto. Then what's Void Archives? Another Otto?
No, because Void Archives is borrowing Otto's body, but isn't Otto. He's not an XP. Yeah. He never was. He's the original Void Archives.
He's as much Otto as Lucha is.
No, he isn't. Because that's like saying Bronya and Silverwolf aren't related. Or like Bronya isn't the same as the Bronya from Honkai Impact.
They're not.
Acheron isn't the same as Mei, right? Like Acheron is a Mei. Bronya is a Bronya.
He is a Mei.
Right, but I'm saying that too. Lucha is an Otto, but Void Archives is not an Otto. He never was.
I mean, but if you're going to use that argument to where he's like, oh, he is Otto.
No.
But then he's not, you know?
No, because Void Archives is a completely separate entity that's borrowing one of Otto's bodies. That's like saying if Lygus borrows one of Sparkle's masks, he's suddenly Sparkle. That's weird.
If Otto is a representation of... If Lucha is a representation of Otto from Honkai Impact 3rd, and Void Archives is another representation of Otto from Honkai Impact 3rd, that's what I'm thinking of.
He was not.
Only in visual cues, which is the same as Lucha.
No, it isn't.
They only look the same.
No, it isn't. Not by Hoyo's philosophy, it's not. And I have this straight from the source in a document given to me by Hoyo. So I can tell you unequivocally that it's not. That's not my opinion.
What?
Okay, so...
Hoyo sends you documents to...
Yeah. That's not a secret.
Know that?
When you work with Hoyo on like partnerships or sponsored projects and stuff like that, when you work with them directly, sometimes like, for example, when I did the Beginner's Guide to Star Rail, way back, like right when Star Rail was launching, they gave me a document which had all of the lore that they wanted me to cover and explanations for every single thing. Official explanations for every single thing. So everything
it
that
tells you that Lucha is Otto.
Hold on. The document I got back then basically gave me the official explanations for everything. So everything in that video is from that document. And I was able to do that before the game launched because of that document. Because the beta that they gave to creators like at the start wasn't set up for lore people. So you'd go around collecting all of like the collectibles, the readables, and they'd be empty. And it was ridiculous. So anyway, like that's actually a pretty common thing. It's not just a Hoyo thing. Basically, like if any sort of like story or lore-based creator is trying to do content at the request of a game company, and they're doing it before content releases, they will get a brief, like a document that has like the official information, the official explanation, the official plot points, like all of that kind of stuff. So the thing is,
So Lucha being Otto is a major plot point then.
No, that wasn't in that video. I was using that as an example. The thing that
So
happens...
where did you learn of this then?
I'll tell you. When they did the crossover between Star Rail and Honkai Impact, I was given another document because I was asked to cover that.
My God, the Ashikai files.
I mean, you can go read it. I put it online, I think. I think I did. Yeah.
I need to find. Please send that to me or tell me where that is. I need to get my hands on that.
It has an interview with the writers where they were talking about how they handle these XPs, as they've been called by the community for a long time. Okay? So, like, characters who look like other characters from the series or from other games. So, Bronya and Acheron are good examples, but I'm going to use Acheron because that was the one that they used for me as well. They wanted me to talk about Acheron specifically. And they said, when we create these characters, they are not meant to be explicitly the exact same characters, but they are meant to embody the spirit of those characters. They're supposed to have the same intrinsic values. So they follow that same archetype or trope. So in that way, they become another version of that character.
So that's
the case with
universe's stand-in for that person then.
No. Any variation. The point is that in Star Rail, there's supposed to be an entire cosmos out there, which means you have infinite possibilities for you to appear multiple times. But because you are not just like your body or your spirit, you're also the accumulation of your experiences, that you will be you but with differences. So that's Luocha. Luocha is actually based off of a version of Otto who went by that exact same name, Luocha, from a visual novel. It's the same one that
was it Rakshasa or was it he actually went by Luocha? I thought he went by like Rakshasa.
Luocha and Rakshasa are the same.
Yeah, they look the same.
No. I mean, the names are the same. They're just slightly different versions of the translation, as far as I remember.
Yeah.
Or it's like,
I know they mean
it's
the
like
same
directly
thing.
in
They both
Chinese
mean like
or something
demon or
like
whatever.
that. The point was, he even has like basically the same design and everything. He's from the same visual novel as Su Shang and what's the little blonde kid? Fuck, forgot his name.
Yan Cheng.
Yeah. He's from the same visual novel as that. So like the thing is they basically just said, we're going to take Otto and give him a whole different set of experiences. And that's what Luocha is. So he is an Otto, but he is not the Otto from Honkai Impact. Now, Void Archives is different because he's always been separate from Otto. Void Archives was a divine key that Otto had in his possession. He was always a separate entity. So when Otto died, Void Archives, now masterless, took on one of Otto's many clones so that he could have a physical avatar in the real world. So he basically walks around with Otto's face, but he was never Otto.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
he's not
that
meant
makes
to
perfect
embody
sense now.
this. He's not meant to
I didn't
embody
know that that's how they actually have had a concrete explanation of how XPs work. That is entirely new to me.
I can find the document for you. I'll send it to you later.
Yes, please. That's sick. I've never heard of that.
Yeah. Well, I don't think many people participated in that crossover.
Straight up just the Otto of Star Rail.
Currently, yeah.
Oh, wow. That's sick. So that means he's trying to revive something then.
Well, in this case, he's trying to kill something, but probably, if you think about it, right? Like, Luocha is trying to kill the abundance, but he also follows a path of abundance. So the question is, what did he do that put him on the path of abundance? He probably tried to, like, revive someone from the dead, maybe? And maybe he created an abomination that he couldn't kill? So you could make the argument, okay, hold on. I might have to, hold on.
This is following my in-game paths theory, by the way, because he's abundant.
Oh, sorry. That one caught me off guard. Hold on. I'm gonna pull something up on screen, which you might not be able to see, but I will send it to you in Discord as well. There is an image of, hold on. I gotta pull this up. there is an image of... There's an image of the Otto from Seven Swords, which is the name of the visual novel. And he's
That's
holding...
the one with Fuhua, right?
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, Fuhua is, she's in a bunch of things, but yeah. I'm looking
Well, that's when she was, like, Celestial Fuhua. Like,
yeah.
they were referring to her as the Celestial, and then she got betrayed and almost killed.
I can't find this image. It's gonna make me... Okay, I might have to go to a completely different friggin'...
Because I know, like, there is an Otto that looks exactly like Luocha, like, same outfit, everything. I know that.
That's the Seven Swords one. Oh, there it is. I found it. I found it. Okay. I'm gonna send it to you.
He's wearing that outfit when the Stigmata arts. That's why I saw it. Let me see here.
And I gotta bring this up so that you guys can see.
Yeah. That's the one from the Stigmata. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I clicked the image so I could see it. There we go. So I was looking at this one because this is the version of Otto that they're basing Luocha on, right? And this is Colin basically dying. So, like, to me, if I had to fanfic the Star Rail Luocha's backstory, right, I would say he probably lost someone he cared about, in this case, a Colin. And he probably tried to resurrect her using the power of the abundance. And it probably turned her into a denizen of the abundance. And now he's got a score to settle with Yaosha.
That makes sense.
Right? Like, to me, that makes a lot of sense because that puts him on the path of an Otto.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, you guys can't.
I did not know that Hoyo was just explicit with how they did XPs.
Chat,
that is such a drop to me.
I'm sorry, I totally forgot to put the correct window up. This is the image I'm talking about for those of you in my chat.
Yeah, I put it up on my stream too. But wow, that's really interesting. I did not know that that's how that worked. I was just kind of like joking around with the whole Void Archives thing. I was like, oh, Void Archives just looks like Otto, and so does Otto too. But like, I didn't. Wow, that led to.
Yeah, no, that's like a whole different thing. Yeah. Anyway, I thought it was really cool because it kind of gave like an official explanation for why they're doing the things that they're doing and stuff like that. And I thought that was pretty cool when it happened. And this was like a couple of years ago at this point. It was during Penacony, so yeah.
Oh, I learned something new today. That's cool.
Anyway, I don't remember what we were talking about, the path theory thing.
Oh, right, the in-game paths theory that
Sorry.
And I was and we were talking about Otto, which is how the abundance is reflected through the life he lives.
Yeah. Okay, I've also been neglecting my chat. Hold on a second. Chat, I'm not neglecting you. I was looking, I just didn't reply.
Abundance Abomination Callan, yeah.
Victor Densa, thank you for the
thank you, Adam, for sending 5 more people into the Genius Society.
On the question of how much Amphorius remembers, heirs say they remember all. For the rest, it's in the Fountain and Eternal page according to its space anchor. Yeah, I mean, that's currently... But we're talking about, like, once the planet is reborn, like, completely reborn, and, like, manifests in the real world after it emerges from the memory zone. Like, once that happens, what will they remember? That's the real question.
Also, what species will they be? Will they still have golden blood? Will they be, like, their own type of species thing? How will that work?
I guess we're about to find out. I don't remember any of the Amphorius mechanics. Oh my goodness. This will be fun. Right. Okay. I got real. Okay. I hit like one of those points where like I've made my point and now I'm empty. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't remember what else I was gonna say. Oh no.
But yeah, it's like I feel like there is a really concrete thing that Hoyo's sticking to here. Like, there's a reason why they made Anaxa Erudition. There's a reason why they made Tribi Harmony, and they made Cyrene Remembrance, and they made the whole Remembrance path because they were like, we're gonna do.
Question: do you think this is on the path? We're gonna talk about Himiko for a second, but I want to talk about Himiko using Tribi. Tribi is Harmony, but Tribi also has a lot of weirdness when it comes to being the Trailblaze.
Yeah.
Or representing the train, I guess.
Yeah.
Right?
It's because she's split, though. That's why she's Harmony.
Right, but she's also a tall redhead that's split into smaller pieces. Who has multiple identities. Is that not Himiko?
It's very Himiko coded.
That's very Himiko
Very
coded.
Himiko coded.
I don't know how to resolve that. It was just like
rocket, she should just make a train.
Yeah, basically. Well, like you remember when they did her trailer, right? Like they I can't remember how to move this. I guess I can't.
They all got on like this little rocket propelled thing.
Yeah, and then they sort of like went all over the place. They just were traveling through all the passageways and stuff like that. Like to me, that is so Trailblaze core.
100%.
I don't know. It just made me think of Himiko. I have nothing else to add beyond that. That was like the whole thought. That was the complete thought.
I don't either. It's like what else is there to add to that? It's like
nothing. It's just very suspicious.
Yeah. But again, I don't believe Hoyo does things for no reason. There's something to this.
I guess. I still don't think they planned this far ahead for Himiko. I'm not convinced of that.
Do you have any Sampo theories?
That are worth sharing?
I don't. I'm just asking out of curiosity. Because like Sampo has to be the most theorized character in this entire community.
I think like if there was a character that I wanted to be a former Eon, it would be Sampo.
There's so many weird things with this guy, with him not leaving tracks in every single world we go to. And he has his own like different box slice animation. It's so weird.
That's a good thing. He's supposed to be weird.
He was an HI3, he was.
That's true, he did go with Sparkle.
And Vita. Vita's in is in HSR now.
Yep. She's also a fool. And a peacock, like Yao Guang. I'm sure there's something there. Okay, so the thing about Sampo, I know you're behind on your Genshin lore, so I'm gonna... we just came off of the Nod Cry region, which is based on a lot of Finnish and some Slavic references, you know, like some inspiration from that.
Yes.
So
Nod Cry was the last story I played. I pretty much finished Nod Cry and that was it.
Oh. Did you do the world quests?
No.
Okay. Okay, well. That's where I thrive! So, the world quest of Nod Cry was tied to the Sampo Mill. Basically, there's the character Reed Miller who's...
It's called that?
Yeah, it's a real thing from Finnish folklore.
Oh, okay.
It is called the Sampo Mill because it is... Okay, in Finnish folklore, the Sampo Mill was basically this magic item. It was a hand mill, theoretically. It was a hand mill that when you spun it, it would create wealth. And in this case, we're talking about, you know, ancient Finland. So we're talking about grain and gold.
Okay.
Because both of those things are wealth. Grain for food, gold for money, right? All that kind of stuff. So the Sampo Mill was this highly contested competed for device. And the woman who ruled the underworld she wanted to own it, basically. And she promised Ilmarinen, the great craftsman, that he could have her daughter as a wife if he made one for her. So he did, and then she didn't uphold her end of the bargain, and so, like, he conspired with some other gods to steal it back, and then they fought over it, and in the end, during the scuffle, they lost it at sea, so it fell to the bottom of the ocean.
Of course.
So in theory, there's like this magical grain and hand mill of infinite grain and gold sitting at the bottom of the ocean. However, this apparently is just one interpretation of the Sempo myth out of many. There's also a lot of evidence to suggest that the Sampo was actually another name for a great pillar. In other words, a world tree, the axis of the world. It would have been the pillar among which the hand mill is the world was turning. So that makes it like the world axis, right?
How does that have anything to do with the other interpretation? That's such a jump.
Right. So there's some fun stuff you got to learn about Finnish folklore. There's like the original runic hymns, which tell one story. And then there is the Kalevala, which was an interpretation and semi-fanfic version of a lot of those oral tales that were told. And so like the tale kind of gets mangled in that way, I guess you can say.
Wow.
So like my thought when it comes to Sampo in that sense is it's supposed to be like a symbol of prosperity. And also like the axis mundi of the world, right? That's kind of important. The fact that Sampo is named after such a thing is what throws me, right?
Uh-huh.
'Cause that makes him like kind of important, but at the same time, in Genshin, the one who was supposed to control the Sampo was a guy named Reed Miller, who was a master thief. Right? He founded the Treasure Hoarders. He was kind of like the Robin Hood of his time.
Okay.
Which I do think kind of fits with Sampo a bit. However,
he is a thief.
He is a thief. And also he does love money. The Sampo mill makes lots of gold. Where was I going with this? I had something else I was going to say about this. In Genshin though, the Sampo mill actually isn't a hand mill that makes gold and grain. It's actually called a subatomic subatomic mass patterning orb.
That's the scientific term for it?
Yes. No, that's its full name. It's an acronym. And basically, it was a device that was created by Voyager. So Voyager was Nibelung's friend. She was, right.
Yes.
So she was, the space traveler that warned him about the oncoming disaster. And then came back and then helped Koitar lead a rebellion against the heavenly principles and whatever. So she made the Sampo. And basically this thing is like a mass matter transmutation device. So it can basically take matter and it absorbs it all into this one orb. And then it can either release it as raw energy or it can transmute it into something else. So Reed Miller's job was basically to be the sacred heir who could control that device. And in doing so, build a paradise for his people.
So he basically gave him the Star of Eden and a Hersh of breathing powers.
Yeah, I mean, like, basically. So what does this have to do with our Sampo, right? Well, Here's the thing. That's a really important word, right? Like, you've got this thing that's associated with infinite money, infinite prosperity. It's also the axis among which the world turns. It's a giant mass transmutation device. So then...
It's a MacGuffin.
It's either that, or Sampo is quite literally a Deus Ex Machina, the person.
That's what he does.
Right.
I call him tactical Sampo distraction.
Right. Like every time
because he always shows up to bail us out.
Yeah, he's always showing up to bail you out. He's showing up to provide a plot twist. He's showing up to give you information that you didn't know you needed, but it's not even encoded in the same way that Sparkles is. Like
it's like a Sod Pramod. Yep. And
yeah, in some ways, yeah. In some ways, yeah. So like I don't remember where I was going with this. I had a thought and I lost it.
Oh no.
I think he stole it. Oh, and in Genshin, the Sampo was actually used to blow a hole in the firmament.
Oh.
So that's fun. Blew a big hole in the sky. So it can be a weapon or
another
one. Yeah.
What's another hole?
I don't think they actually ever finished it. But the thing I thought was really interesting about the Sampo in Genshin specifically is that it actually sucks the vitality out of the surrounding area. And then it condenses that into raw energy, and then that energy can be either transmuted or released, right? And I was like, well, is that wish power? Like, are you taking the ambient energy, the ambient wish power, and condensing it into one little form that you're then going to either release or use to create something else?
Well, that's debated in game actually. How like where wish power comes from to like form Imagine and like where it goes after they dissipate.
Yeah, it
involves like Aha's pad space.
Yeah. So, but also the Imagine originally came from the Veracity. So, there's something weird going on there.
Oh.
Right?
Do we know that? Is that confirmed?
Well, Graphia was painting the Imagine from the Veracity.
Yeah, that doesn't mean she had to make them all like herself. Graphia herself isn't an Imagine.
No. I didn't say that. I said the Imagine, like the wish power phenomenon, seems to be tied more closely to the Veracity than the elation.
They don't consume. I mean, I guess they. According to this Sampo theory, they do.
But like she was using the Veracity as ink to create stuff from something that only consumes. And if you think about it, the Sampo consumes. And then what does it do with it? It releases it. I know that's like a really loose sort of thing, but the fact that Sampo is named after this stupid ass thing that I've spent way too long researching really bothers me. And it bothers me more the more I learn about Finnish folklore and the Sampo itself and all of its different idiosyncrasies. Because like Ilmarinen, you have to understand, is Nibelung in that case. He's called Iannakoinen, which is another name for Ilmarinen. And Ilmarinen was the one who made the Sampo in the folklore, but it was Voyager who made the Sampo in Genshin. And it's like weird, but anyway, that connects it to dragons, right? Because like then you have Reed Miller. Then you have Reed Miller, the thief, the scoundrel, who basically is supposed to control the Sampo, which has connections to dragon. And then like the wish power thing and the energy and the creation and the stuff, and then you get to Graphia and then she paints from a dragon, and I don't know what to do with this information other than say that Sampo is Aha. Because I don't know what to think anymore.
How do we get there?
Oh, Sampo Stellaron, yeah.
Everyone's Aha.
No, that's good. That's the thing. The Stellaron is a big golden orb. Guess what Reed Miller's real name was? Avrilian, which means gold. So saying that Sampo is a Stellaron isn't entirely wrong. Because technically, a Stellaron is a star, right? Stars undergo what? Stellar nucleosynthesis. And when they do, they produce what? Gold! And literally everything else.
Stellarons aren't stars.
Yeah, they are. What do you think stellar means?
They're like path energy.
Yeah, what do you think stars are?
Like,
Stellarons are stars. Stellarons are stars because you wish upon a star. The Trailblazer uses their Stellaron to respond to wishes. That's what Stellarons do. They respond to the wishes of the people.
I've never thought of it that way.
You literally wish upon a star. And in
I thought of it as like
in the fight against Full Wish, the Trailblazer takes all of the wish power. It doesn't go into their mask like it should. They use it in their Stellaron. They take the wish power and they transmute it with their stellar. They have the sample in them. They got that sample in them.
I was thinking of Stellarons as like the way they're described as like Shippei's harmonic cancer. So it's like it's harmony energy. It's harmony energy that has basically gone into the cosmos and tries to basically subsume all of these other type of paths energies, because that's what the harmony wants to do. It wants to make everyone harmonize to it, and in an attempt to do that, it kind of swirled itself into this cancerous abomination of all these different path energies that don't really mix or do anything. And then when they get a remote wish to do anything that reaches out to it, that path lurches out like some type of unstable abomination. And then things happen.
I think they're quite literally manifestations of path energy, which is not beholden to any one path.
Yes.
Which doesn't make them harmony.
That's basically what I'm saying. Because they have all of the different paths energies in them already.
That would just make them neutral.
They are neutral until someone makes a wish.
Right.
And then all crap happens.
Right. So what is that? That doesn't make any. That doesn't preclude anything of what I said, though.
Well, I was just saying that's how I think of Stellarons. I don't.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to follow the argument.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I understand.
It doesn't wrap around to the Sampo theory. Sorry, it doesn't.
I gotcha. No, I'm with you. I was trying to follow, and I was like, wait, did I miss? I missed something, and I didn't miss anything. I did technically miss something. That's okay. I know what you meant now. I understand. The understanding is occurring in me old noggin. I think. Probably. I don't know why I'm doing this the hard way. I don't know how much I agree with Stellarons being linked to the Harmony, but I feel like that's well, not linked to the Harmony, but unique to the Harmony. I don't know how much I believe that, but that's debatable in a whole separate conversation.
I don't believe anything that comes out of Penacony.
I mean, that's fair. At this
because
point,
those
that's
people, fair. Penacony people get on my nerves. Everyone in my audience knows, like, the Penacony people, they get on because they don't answer questions. You'll ask them a question and they'll say something like, "Well, the sky is blue today," and it's like, "Huh? What are you doing?" Like,
yeah, well, that's the point. Are your dreams ever straightforward?
No.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I guess
that
you didn't like that answer.
They don't have to act like that, though. Like they don't have to do these things.
Yeah, and I don't have to have dreams about Asat Pramod trying to commit a murder spree and then sending cakes, big decorative cakes, to the police station to foreshadow each of his victims in some weirdly cryptic way. And yet, here we are.
I mean, well, that's kind of Asat Pramod being silly.
No, that's my dream. I dreamt about that 2 days ago. I was very confused when I woke up.
I don't think I've ever had a dream about this game before. I wish I could relate, but I can't.
That's probably a good thing, honestly. It probably means you're healthy. To be honest, it's probably because I was watching too many baking shows. That's probably what happened. But I digress.
Baking shows?
That's not the point. I like baking
like
shows.
The like Aha's Aeon cake. I still can't believe that the cake god hypothesis is real. I still can't believe that that's real. But it is.
Yeah, but like, think about it. There's dragons in that too.
Yeah. Even down to like Aha stealing things from the abundance. It's all there. That's just what Aha did. And they kept making cakes There's more than one plain Arcadia. But that to me is like, Aha is such a cool Aeon to me because Aha just does whatever they feel like it, and no one can stop them.
See,
Aha is
I kind of wonder if like Aha was never one Eon. Like, even though it says like you're gonna be Aha for 1 minute, are you really only Aha for 1 minute? How do you know? Because like,
oh, geez,
remember there's like those rituals going on throughout the cosmos all the time. Right? On all these different planets. So like,
so there could be more than one Aha that ascends at the same time.
Or even like periodically at different points in time. So that no matter where you go, there's always someone being Aha for a few minutes. We don't know.
That wouldn't make sense though, because Aha, the overarching Aeon Aha, is rather consistent in the things that they do. Because,
yeah, but if you were to take a bunch of people and put them in a single body, you would just be averaging them out.
No. I mean, like, Aha, even when they give their authority to different people, they're still in control. They're still in complete control. Aha reserves the right to basically say, I'm going to interpret what you're telling me to do any way that I want.
Then why is Aha trying to give away their entire authority now?
Because they think it's funny.
So why wouldn't they think it's funny to, you know...
to give away all their authority, like,
to distribute
for some reason,
across
because
a lot of
Aha's a
different people.
control freak. That's why. Aha is a complete, that's my theory. Aha is a complete control freak.
Really?
They just don't want to admit it.
You think so?
Yeah. Aha is a huge control freak.
I feel like that's a hot take.
Because like, they control everything. Even in the Phantom Moon games. There's like, oh yeah, the only rule is that it can't end until I say so. It's like everything they do is like you ascend and you become Aha, sure. But then if you say, oh, I want to kill Aha, Aha's like, oh, but aren't you Aha right now? And then you die. Like Aha is a control freak. Like they everything they do is regulated and they plan things out. And because they just didn't like Veracity, they were like, you know what? Wouldn't it be funny if you couldn't taste anything anymore, Veracity? How about that, huh?
Are you sure it's because they
Like,
didn't like Veracity?
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying that. I don't know for sure. But like, it's like everything always seems to work out exactly the way Aha wants it to work out. And it's all because they feel like it happening.
I suppose.
Even the chaos of the Phantom Moon games, that works out in Aha's favor because Aha wants chaos. They think it's hilarious. They probably wanted the Trailblaze to crash on Plain Arcadia because of course Aha would want Akavili to crash land on their world. Especially if Nihilux is right. And Aha's got a crush on Akavili.
Well then, if they had a crush on Akavili, why were they married to the Destruction? Wait, no, they weren't married for the Destruction. They were like fighting over their lovers.
Yeah, it was like...
I couldn't remember the plot to that for a minute.
What it seemed like was Nanook wanted Aha, but Aha wanted Akavili. Oh, but another thing, I forgot to mention this. Every time the Trailblazer dies, fully resets everything. Because every single time, because when we see the Trailblazer dead in the coffin, you know what's around her? Remembrance crystals.
When did we see them dead in a coffin? I don't remember.
In the Nihilux thing. It was the Nihilux thing.
I don't remember.
It was the Improv Tour trailer. Improv Tour trailer. Binge it all. Binge it all. When we see the Trailblazer dead in a coffin, we see remembrance crystals surrounding the coffin. It's a super subtle detail that's there for like 1 frame, but it's there.
I don't remember that at all. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. I just don't remember it at all.
Here, I'll send you the picture. Chat, I'll pull it up for you too. I'm just getting my pictures together. Actually, no, I can just show you. Yeah, I can swap scenes. See, we have the remembrance crystals here surrounding the coffin as the Trailblazer is placed inside. Right before Nihilus goes, no! In the coffin. Do you want to add to change ending? No, I don't want to die. Remembrance crystals right there. And then Aha goes no. And actually, you can still see the crystals around her. You can still see the crystals around. They're right there. That's why I think it's Fooly. It's Fooly. It has to be Fooly.
No. Fooly is silly. And also not real.
The Aeons are silly. We'll find out.
I will stand with Lalaurie on this one. Fooly isn't real. It's a lie told by the Enigmata.
That'd be like Evernight saying March 7th isn't real.
Well, she isn't.
What?
Evernight's the original.
Is either one the original?
Well, the one that has the original's memories should be the original, no? Okay.
I mean, if one side just wiped the other side's memory so that, like, the pure essence of the person can remain pure, I'd say the pure one is the original. It was the whole purpose of the pure one is to be the original.
What?
The whole reason why Evernight wiped March's memory is to wipe out whatever trauma she accumulated knowing who she is and throughout her existence.
Yeah, but her trauma predates current March, making that the original state. Evernight formed around it, sure, but like...
Who existed first? The pure person or the person that experienced the trauma?
The person who experienced the trauma.
No, because...
Yes.
What experienced the trauma in the first place? The pure person. You were pure before you get traumatized.
Not always.
Okay, in March's case, we know that that's the case. The first March we see in the crystal, first being born from Fooly's shattered remains, is pink hair March. And then the whole hands come in and start closing around her, and then Evernight awakens.
But
right?
We don't
so
know
we know
that that's
March
when
came
she
first.
was. We don't know that that's when she was born.
It
that's
fully
when she
shatters.
was
We
found.
zoom in on a crystal, and that's March. What do you mean?
Oh no! See, I think we very much disagree on how this works.
It's in the video.
Yeah, listen, that is a representation of how they would like you to picture it. But think of it this way. If they're saying that Fooly shattered, Fooly hasn't shattered yet. Not the way we experience time.
Fooly hasn't even ascended yet.
Fooly doesn't exist yet. No matter like how you look at it, Fooly does not exist yet. Fooly is an eon that has yet to be created. So March cannot literally be a shattered remains of Fooly if Fooly has not yet shattered.
Fooly has reflected themselves throughout time into the past to project themselves multiple times into the past.
So here's the question.
That's how they
then.
did that.
How do you resolve that with Cyrene?
What do you mean?
Well, Cyrene wasn't born as a crystal floating through space. She's a pure child of Anastrava, but she was actually part of a simulation.
Okay.
So the way I see it, it actually works the opposite way. I think the fragments of Fooly are chosen. I don't think they were distributed. These are the possibilities from which Fooly can arise.
Yeah.
But depending on which way you look at it, does cause precede effect or does effect precede cause?
Depends on who you ask.
Right. So for me, looking at it, March can't just be born instantly in a crystal and then have all of her memories suppressed, because she needs to have some kind of past before then for that past to be something that you suppress. The March that we see floating in space is the one that got picked up by the Astral Express, but she has to have had some sort of history before then, before she was in the crystal. The whole thing about Fuli shattering isn't meant to be taken literally. It is just a figurative retelling of what happened. It's like, it's a way to visualize it, but it's not what actually happened. Because your memories don't just shatter like that.
No, I believe Fuli made a memory of themselves physical in order to shatter, because they control Memoria.
But
they
then
can just make it crystallized
what
and then
memory
shatter.
then is Evernight suppressing? That's
She's
what I'm
suppressing
saying.
the memory of March being who she is.
Okay, but you're contradicting yourself.
How?
Because that means that the trauma is Fuli. And Fuli would have preceded March in your case. In which case the pure child did not exist first.
No.
Yeah.
March precedes Fuli. March precedes Fuli.
Can't.
Fuli ascends in the future, yes.
Okay, but you're trying to argue for regular causality and retrocausality at the same time, and you just can't do that. Because the thing is,
That's how Fuli works. Like,
I know,
how else
but
do you
the thing
explain the way
is you
Fuli works?
contradict yourself either way. Because if Fuli shatters themselves to make March, right? Then Fuli is the origin of March, right? Now, the thing is, March needs to have her trauma suppressed when she's born. If that trauma is Fuli, then the trauma and Fuli both precede March. Now,
The trauma isn't Fuli, though. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's what you said.
I'm saying the trauma was caused by the memo keepers that found out that she's a pure child of Anasrva. Things happen, and then Evernight wiped that.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I said, and you said that that's not what happened. I'm saying that March has to have a past before Fuli.
Correct.
That's what I'm saying.
No. That's what
you just said. That's what you just said.
No.
That is what you just said. The memo keepers. That March has to have had some sort of interaction with the memo keepers before she was put in that crystal and found by the Astral Express.
Let me explain. March was born in the crystal, right? She came from Fuli at this point. The Fuli crystallized, shattered March.
Then where does Evernight come from?
I'm getting there. March is pure in this state because she was just born. Memo keepers, or whoever these hands are, come in and do whatever to her, did something to her that she would like to forget. So she ends up defending herself. Evernight awakens. And after that, Evernight says, okay, I want to keep myself pure, the original state of myself. I want that back. I want that pure child, the pure child, my pre-trauma self that was in the crystal back again. So I'm going to sever off that part of myself, and so that I can protect my own purity.
See, I think that's inconsistent with Evernight's character. Because Evernight, in the Euphoria story, suppressed March and basically said, I'm going to overwrite you altogether.
I don't think she wanted to do that. I don't think she actually wanted to take... I thought she wanted to keep March.
She wanted to suppress March so that nothing else could ever hurt her, and that meant isolating her deep, deep inside. But I think that is at odds with the argument that you're making, and I'll explain why. The thing is, if March defends herself, right, from whatever is happening to her before her presumed birth, that March at that time is Evernight.
Yes.
Right.
The March that defends herself is Evernight, yes.
March at that point is Evernight. That means March at that point is a part of Evernight. Evernight is not a part of March. Because there's a part of Evernight that Evernight wants to protect, and that is the remaining bit of March. Or that possibility where she's not this... I don't really want to say vengeful or vindictive, because it's not really a very accurate way to describe her.
If you could separate a part of yourself that has endured all the pain in your life to protect the pure person
But that's not you.
deep inside you, would you do that?
That's not you.
Yes, you would.
No, you
So
wouldn't.
that's what Evernight is.
That's what happens when people have multiple personalities. Oftentimes.
I mean, why are we saying that March can't have that?
I'm not saying she can't have that. I'm just saying now you have to argue which personality is the true personality. Is it the one that experienced
both of them
the trauma?
together would be the true personality. Technically, neither one is the true personality.
Mm-hmm.
In technicality, yeah.
But
It's definitely not Evernight. But who March originally was is March. Not
no,
Evernight.
because that's like saying I was born and then I lived, but I always wanted to be born again, so now I pretend to be a child. That's weird. That's not you.
Yeah, that's what she's doing.
No,
that's what she's doing.
Because the thing is you are still the accumulation of all of your experiences. As soon as you deny your experiences, you are no longer you. You are a piece of yourself. You are denying a very big part of yourself. That's why I say Evernight is the original, because it's almost like if you have a seed and that seed grows into a little stem, and then that stem has the ability to branch into two different directions. Right? Mm-hmm. To me, that is Evernight and March. They originate from the same point, and then they split. Right? But I think Evernight continues the main branch, and March kind of goes sideways.
I don't think so.
Well, you don't have to agree with me.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make my point. That's all.
Yeah, I get your point.
The thing that I'm saying with Fuli, too, is that if you're trying to argue that someone is born pure, you have to argue that Fuli, in and of itself, is pure. And I don't think that's the case, because Fuli is made of memories,
that's
and
what
memories are by
means.
nature. I know, but when we talk about pure child, we're talking about Pure Land Buddhism, which isn't the same as being completely pure or free of sin or free of trauma. Pure Land Buddhism is about transcending reality, right? So you can transcend into the ultimate reality, and you understand existence as it is in totality, before, during, and after it exists. That's what we call the concept of emptiness. So I feel like it's a bit of a mistake to think of her as pure, as in like I am as the pure, untouched, completely just H2O, no other minerals. You know, I don't think she's like that. I think that's a misnomer.
I mean, unless you want to think of Evernight as like March, that I mean, you're basically saying the Fuli doesn't exist thing, but with March now.
Yeah.
And we're having the same argument again.
Yes.
We're having the same exact argument again. Oh, God. At least we're consistent. In every area, we come to the same exact conclusion. Oh, boy. I mean, either way, if March exists or not, Evernight wants March to exist, so... The same way Enigmata clearly wants Fuli to exist.
Right. I won't deny that at all. I don't disagree with that. I think it is, to me, it's like to protect your innocence is something that people should do, but to deny that you have anything that would make you not innocent is to deny your reality.
I think Evernight's very much in denial.
I don't think Evernight's in denial. I think March is in denial.
I mean, well, she can't. She got erased. She can't be in denial if she just straight up doesn't remember.
Oh, no, I think we're talking about two different things. I wasn't talking about, like, March denying her memories that she doesn't remember. I think March is, in a lot of ways, denying that she is Evernight. She still identifies Evernight as a thing in her head.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
That's what I meant. I'm sorry. I just kind of assumed that we were talking about the same thing and we weren't. That was on me. That was my bad.
Yeah, she does refer to Evernight as the friend in my head, which is really funny because Asheville has no idea what she's talking about. He just smiles and nods.
Yeah.
That...
You know, though, I'm sure Asheville's come in contact with some characters. I don't want to run around this temple anymore. I'm so tired of this place. I'm going somewhere else.
The friend in my head will keep me safe. Okay. Sure.
Well, she will, too.
Yeah, she will.
That's how things work. The
I
thing
think
is...
the future... I don't know, though. I feel like at some point... I feel like March and Evernight are pretty much the Sela and Veliona situation. Eventually, Evernight's gonna get her own body, and then they're both going to ascend into Aeons together.
That would be interesting. I'd be down for that.
Because it would make perfect sense, and it would satisfy both of our theories, and we would both end up being right. We would both be very happy if March ascended into Fuli and Evernight ascended into Mythos.
That would be actually really funny.
Like, that would make me very happy.
We are both correct, which is the correct type of correct.
I said before, we can't both be wrong, like...
Well, we can.
No.
We could be. We could be totally off. But you know why? Because
Why?
Hoyo could change what they want to do at the drop of a hat if they really wanted to.
So what you're telling me is Hoyo is Aha.
Yes. That's why Silver Wolf is like an Eon, is a emanator of Elation. She's a game developer, the ultimate gamer.
Well, Branya is the CEO of Hoyoverse, so.
Exactly, and Welt was also making games, wasn't he?
Yep. What's it called?
And Welt is supposed to be like based on Dewey. So.
Yes. Put himself in the game. Oh, what was it called? Chat, what was it called? I forgot what his name was. I forgot what his game was called.
I did too. Don't worry.
How can anyone be sure that March 7th has the same personality as pre-trauma March? We're just assuming because that's Evernight's intention. And if she didn't, then everything Evernight would have done would be for naught. She'd be a annihilated character.
I mean, Remembrance is kind of like the catch-all path. Right? Like, Hyacinth is Remembrance, but she's obviously both preservation and abundance.
The thing about Hyacinth is that her entire story was about her remembering her own lineage and who she is.
I know, but I'm saying, like...
I mean, that's why she's a Remembrance character. In my opinion, that's why she's a Remembrance character.
See, but for Evernight, she was also about March's memory, so she's Remembrance, but, like, she basically has nihility mechanics.
Oh, for sure.
So... It's possible. What was my point? I don't remember. I keep meaning to read this super, and then I get distracted. I'm just like... Oh, RJKY, thank you again for the super. They said, Freya's tears is a kenning for gold. Stellarons are Adrilla's tears, and Adrilla is a part of Shipe. I have heard that theory before.
Okay. I've heard that one too.
And?
I have no idea where to go with it. Arahado, that's what his game is called. I had to look it up.
Was that even the game or just the, what you call them? Name of the game or the,
that's
the
like
big
the
robot?
Oh, that's his game that he was working on.
Oh, I thought it was just the name of his robot.
Pretty sure. Pretty sure it's the game.
Maybe the game is named after
For
the
sure.
robot. That would make
Probably
sense.
is. Yeah, it probably is.
I don't remember.
Is Sheepe harmony, beauty, and order? The better question is, what isn't Sheepe?
I think it's interesting because, like, Nihility and Harmony both have the ability to consume everything. Just in two different ways.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it just means that all roads are basically leading to one path. Like, lots of forks in the road are going to converge on one path. And that path becomes finality.
That's why harmony and nihility are both finality paths.
Which is silly.
And we also know, well, destruction's obvious. But what, I mean, but that's also why I think preservation's one too. Because personally, I think that this is my whack job off the wall theory about Klapoth. I think Klapoth is evil.
Really? Is that just because you don't like the IPC?
No.
Are you sure?
I think Klapoth actually gets no. It has nothing to do with this one in particular has nothing to do with the IPC. I do hate the IPC, and the IPC is very much evil. But Klapoth has a completely different reasoning, because think about it, right? This Aeon pays no attention to humanity, is known for their indifference to humanity.
Mm-hmm.
And they're building a wall around the cosmos.
Mm-hmm.
And their faction that is following them is quite literally blowing up planets and just cluttering up planets with building materials for them that they intentionally do not even use.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think Klapoth's view of humanity is? These guys suck.
Survival at all costs.
Like, these guys suck. Like, they don't, like, is Klapoth protecting us? Or is Klapoth imprisoning us? Just like Klapoth imprisoned the propagation within Amber. Is Klapoth a protector or a warden?
Yes.
Exactly. And if the universe is ever expanding, right? If the universe is ever expanding, galaxies are constantly catapulting away from each other at breakneck speeds. If something were to put a wall around the entire cosmos, wouldn't the galaxies eventually hit that wall? Am I wrong? Am I thinking about this the wrong way?
Well, where's the wall?
It's a physical wall.
I know, but where is it?
It's, to be honest, I don't know. It's meant to enclose the cosmos. It's meant to so far as we know, pretty much wall off the veracity, right? Or just the
Leviathans, not just Ouroboros. Yeah.
Yeah, just all Leviathans. So it would enclose pretty much all populated planets.
But that would prevent them from being eaten.
Yes, but that would also kill everyone inside.
No. What's coming from the outside?
The Leviathans, yeah. But, like, if all the galaxies are enclosed by this wall and they're ever catapulting outward, they're eventually going to hit the wall no matter where the wall is. If the wall is enclosing the cosmos, right?
Yeah, but why would that kill everything?
Because every planet hits the wall and blows up and dies.
I don't think that's how that works.
That's what I'm saying. Am I thinking about this the wrong way?
I don't think that's how that works. Because the thing is like, you have to understand, traveling between galaxies and stuff like that is already supposed to not be a thing, right? Like,
yeah,
the destruction actually tunnels through imaginary space in order to get to different galaxies. And prior to the Trailblaze, there was no way to safely traverse between these galaxies and stuff like that without passing through one of the destruction's tunnels. Or without proceeding like through those types of tunnels. So if you didn't have a silver rail that went to your area, like, you were screwed. Like, you couldn't move anyway. So how is that different from Klapoth's wall?
Well, the Trailblaze isn't enclosing anything.
I didn't say
Those
it was.
worlds would still exist.
I'm saying that the reason why those, like, the worlds are already isolated from each other by design naturally. It's only because of brute force and the Trailblaze that travel is possible.
Okay.
So how is that different from Qlipoth?
Qlipoth is putting a wall around an ever-expanding space.
But there's already barriers.
Not a physical one.
And how do you know that they're trying to enclose a space in and not trying to enclose the space out?
That's a fair point. That's why it's like, I mean, it's a fair point. That's why it's like, I don't know for sure. That's just what I think. Because that's what Qlipoth tends to do. Qlipoth has never truly protected anything. They just imprison things. With just like they did with the propagation.
Right, it's preservation at all costs.
And that's suffocation. That can lead easily to suffocation.
I guess. But anything in a high quantity can do that. I think though, like, it's about what are you trying to preserve and what are you trying to preserve it from. It's
like, just like too much harmony can lead to finality. All of everything.
All right, let me throw an idea past you. Let me throw an idea past you. I actually don't know what I'm doing in here. Supposed to look at a dream? Oh. I think that Ahatopia is actually a microcosm of the greater cosmos. So, at its center is an imaginary tree, just like Evanesia's tree, and that tree is in a pool of water, which you can say is the Sea of Quanta, right? It grows out of the sea. Dusk Leviathans and Leviathans are sea creatures. They swim in the Sea of Stars, but they're also based on whales. Whales live in the sea. What's the sea? The Sea of Quanta. So if you ask me, what Qlipoth makes more sense to be doing in that case is building a barrier between the tree and the sea. Because we live in the tree, but the Dusk Leviathans would live in the sea. So you don't want the sea creatures to come up onto the tree and devour everything. So why wouldn't you just enclose the sea instead of trying to close in the tree?
That's a good point. It's like, it depends on what Qlipoth is doing with the wall. I'm assuming that the wall is around, like, populated worlds, right? It could not be. But I'm thinking it's like, how do you make a wall? You enclose what you want to preserve, right? Like, you don't enclose everything else. Like, how would you do that? Because that would be all directions.
Yep.
And if you do that, if you enclose everything else in all directions and leave this one thing, you've still enclosed that one thing.
Yep.
So it doesn't really matter how you look at it. Qlipoth is imprisoning the whole universe.
I guess, but that's still not saying that it would kill everything.
If galaxies are speeding away from each other all the time.
Yeah.
And if a wall is fixed in place, it doesn't matter where that wall is or how far away it is, which is not actually that far away because Shanjo has seen it before.
How do you know the wall doesn't move?
That's a good question. Can it? I don't think... can it move? I don't think it can. Can it move?
I don't know.
I mean, walls don't generally move.
See, I don't think any Eon is good or bad.
I think some Aeons have good intentions, and some Aeons have good intentions. Really?
Yep.
Nanook sure does.
Nope. They have a primum mobile, and that's it. There's no intention.
Well, you just had a theory earlier about them being able to descend. If they can descend, then they obviously have a.
If they descend, it means they've lost their ability to follow their path. Their path is their source of their power. That's their primum mobile, right?
lost the ability, or they just no longer want to.
I mean, Asheville says forcing them to turn away from their path.
Because my theory of how we're going to defeat Nanook revolves around convincing Nanook to not follow destruction anymore.
See,
because they're already conflicted as it is.
I don't really see it that way. Because, like, for me, I actually don't know. What am I supposed to be doing in this room? I actually don't know. I'm supposed to be looking for a drain, and I don't know where the drain is. Is that the drain? I don't know. I think destruction is a necessary force. Because if you think about it, the point of destruction is that they're trying to destroy other eons, right? Like, that's the Prima Mobile. Destruction destroys all the eons. It's not so much that destruction needs to destroy everything. But what does it mean to destroy a god? What does it mean to be a god that destroys other gods? You're basically saying, we don't want to be ruled by gods. Humanity shouldn't be ruled by gods. Fate shouldn't be ruled by gods. People should rule themselves. So if you think about it that way, Nanook isn't you can't even argue that Nanook is evil. It's just that the intent that created the path of destruction was, I'm going to destroy all the paths. And so now Nanook is going to destroy all the paths.
The description of Nanook literally says the birth of the universe is a mistake.
Yeah, I know.
Like, Nanook doesn't want to just destroy all the paths and aeons, just everything. Destruction's not a process, but an outcome. On the path, they promised all paths and aeons will terminate in the heat death of the universe. Nanook wants everything gone.
If you want things to grow in your garden, you first have to till the fields. Tilling is an act of destruction. If you want a new forest to grow, you've got to burn the old one down.
Yes.
That is an act of destruction.
Okay.
So, like...
But that's not what Nanook is doing.
But he is, whether he intends to or not. That's what he's doing.
I don't think Nanook has any intention to regrow anything.
He doesn't, no. But the tractor doesn't plant seeds.
Depends on the type of tractor we're talking about.
No. No, that's a different type of machine. A tilling tractor does not plant seeds. There's a very different attachment that does that. The blades, trust me, I got 15 years on a farm. The disc does not plant seeds. It just doesn't. It never has, it never will. That's not what it does. I don't know if my
there is no kind of tractor that tills the land and plants seeds at the same time. If not, someone needs to invent one, because that would make a lot of people's lives a lot easier.
It wouldn't be a tractor at that point. Also, you kind of don't want to do that anyway. You don't want to plant the seeds. Okay. When you till the soil, there's multiple times of tilling that you can do. You've got to break the soil down, and then you can also form the rows. And both of those are different machines. They're both different parts that you drag behind the machine. A lot of big farms will use specialized machines that have this all in one. But, like, ultimately, your tractor isn't the thing that plants. You actually have a specific piece of machinery that, you know, plants within the rows. And there's an order that you do things. You're going to till the ground. You're going to form the rows. You're going to generally fertilize something or treat the soil if you're working with commercial farming. And then you're going to plant your seeds or your seedlings. But those are all different machines or different parts.
So if Nanook is the tractor, Nanook has nothing to do with planting the seeds then.
Right, that's Fuli. In your world, that's Fuli. Because Fuli is the blossom, the seed of memory that gets planted.
Yes.
Right.
Correct.
So, like, neither of those acts are evil.
Well, I mean, it depends on if you. I think destroying everything is evil.
I don't.
It
Evil requires
is evil.
intent. Evil requires intent. Good also requires intent. And it also just depends on like who you're talking to. Like one person's
You don't think
dystopia.
Xandar's evil?
Nope.
Wow.
Because he made Noose.
Wow. I don't know.
Here's the thing.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Here's the thing. When you talk about evil, you have to talk about relative evil, and you also have to talk about intent of evil. Xandar wasn't technically trying to destroy everybody else. That wasn't his goal. He wasn't killing people for the sake of killing people. He was trying to kill an Eon specifically. An Eon that was basically a reflection of himself.
Yes.
So...
But in doing that...
In doing that, he committed a lot of crimes that we would consider evil. Yeah. But the thing is like, there is evil intent, and then there's evil actions. And I think a lot of good people can do really evil things, and I think a lot of evil people can do really good things.
If you're trying to destroy the entire universe because you don't like something you made, you're evil.
Agree to disagree.
Like... I'm so surprised that we disagree on this.
Nah, this is pretty standard. Cause like, I don't think natural forces can be evil. For example, like I don't think a hurricane can be evil because it doesn't have any intent. It does a lot of damage, does a lot of destruction. It has no intent.
Well, it's not sentient.
Is an Eon technically sentient?
Yes.
It's not
I think
human.
they are. They are living beings. I think they. I mean, well, some of them were.
Well, Noose
we know that some of them were.
Noose is just a computer. Is that technically a living being?
Intellitrons are?
I would argue against that, but that's a whole different discussion.
Oh, you don't think Intellitrons are people?
No.
Oh, that is heinous! Oh my god, screw them now!
They're not any more people than my phone is a person. Or Siri is a person.
Oh!
But you have to understand something kind of important. That's not a bad thing. Because, like, humans aren't gods. Robots aren't people. They're their own thing, right? People want to become gods because people want to become the things, like, closer to the things that created them. If gods created people, then people are their children. People want to become like their parents. They want to become like gods. The same thing can be said of robots. If robots are made by people, then people are their creators. They are not people, but they want to be closer to people, so they try to emulate or act like people. But there's something different.
I think a person does not have to be a human.
To me, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's a good thing.
My chat's losing it. My chat to cut the stream. No clankers allowed. Oh my god, mods.
I didn't say I was against I didn't say I was against robots, but I don't think that they're alive in the same way that we define life.
I think in HSR they are considered that way.
If you look at Genshin, mechanical life forms are an entirely different subsection of the glossary, so like, I don't know.
Well, that's different. That's
different.
Is
it really? Game. Do you think so? You think the robots in Genshin are somehow, even though they could be sentient, you think those are different from the Intellitrons?
I think Nefa's a person.
Nefa was a dragon.
Nefa's a person.
And Nefa was a dragon.
Person.
And Nefa was a dragon.
A dragon can be a person. We have Vidyadhara. They're people.
See, I think there's different levels of existence, and I don't think that you have to be a person to be valid or to have a valid existence or even to be sentient, but I wouldn't call it living. It's a very different experience. And maybe this is semantics on my point, but I just wouldn't argue that point. I would never argue that point.
Wow. I mean, I hate AI too, but wow.
This has nothing to do with my feelings on generative AI.
I was making a joke.
Just for the record. Okay, I really think this quest
But
is either bugged or I have no
wow.
idea what's going on.
So is Shui a person?
Shui?
Yeah.
She was a person.
So she's not a person anymore? My God.
She's a robot now. She leads a very different type of existence.
There's a soul in there.
Yeah, and?
There's a human soul in there.
Okay, but what makes you you?
My soul?
Are you your body, your soul, or your memories? Or are you the combination of all three?
My soul.
Okay, so if you lost all of your memories and were put into a different body, but you still had your soul, are you still you?
Yes.
Or is that a different you?
It's a different me, but it's still me.
No, it's not me. See, I think if I lose my whole memory and it changes my whole personality and I've got a whole different set of experiences, I'm a different person. And Hoyo agrees with me or else XPs wouldn't exist.
Okay, that's a video game, though.
No, it's not a video game. This is real philosophy. This is Cartesian dualism. You are arguing against Descartes. Well, technically you're arguing for him, I guess.
And?
My point is, the
The
question of existence is something that philosophers and novelists and all thinkers of all kinds have thought about for a long time. And no one's in agreement because there's no way to prove one over the other. It's just whatever you believe it to be. Personally, I think if I was to swap into somebody's body and suddenly like the things I wanted to taste were different, the things I could do physically were different. Imagine if I just suddenly woke up in some like 40-year-old dude's body. That would be fucking weird. I wouldn't feel like me. I would not feel like me. No one would recognize me.
But
I would have a whole full-on crisis.
Yeah, but you're still you.
Am I? In a different
You don't
body?
look like you. You don't look like you, but you're still you.
But I don't have any of the same
A person
relationships
is
anymore.
what's on the inside, not the outside.
Oh no, see, I don't totally agree with that. I think your body does determine a lot about who you are. Because your experience
It determines how your personality functions, yeah.
Which is a part
But it's
of you.
not.
But you're also constantly being shaped by
is it the core you? No.
Yeah, because your body houses your mind. How do you know that if you transferred your mind into a new body, that your mind would come out undamaged or unchanged?
I would definitely change, but I would still be me.
Because here's the thing, your brain contains all of your memories. So if you suddenly moved into another body, whose memories are you going to have? Are you going to have yours? Are the memories attached to the soul, or are they attached to the body? Are your
soul
memories...
is how you react to the memories you have.
Where does your soul live?
So you're still you.
But where does your soul live?
Your soul lives in your body, sure.
Right. If your body dies, what happens to your soul? Is your soul still you?
Yes.
Okay. How is it still you?
So your soul moves on somewhere else.
If your soul
depends on what religion you believe in.
If your soul has none of your memories, doesn't remember anything because your memories live in your body, how is that still you? If you were to reincarnate your soul going into a new body, having new experiences with new memories, are you still you or are you a new person?
You're still you.
You're not. You're a new person. You're someone else. You have a whole different life.
You have a different life, different memories, different everything, but the core essence of a person, that how you are and how you react to certain things, how you react to certain memories, that is your soul. That is you. The core person inside.
I don't think so. Otherwise,
inside of your mind, inside of your body, inside of your memories, that is your soul. That makes you a person. If you have that, that's you.
See, I don't think so. I think you, as you exist, are all of those things all at once, the combination of all three. And if you lose one of them, you aren't you anymore. You are someone else. Oh, there's the drain.
That is a depressing way of thinking. That's sad.
I was
That makes me
sitting
sad.
here wondering what the hell I was looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Why is the drain up there? That's not even a drain. It's a spout. It's so annoying. All right, well, I was looking for the wrong thing the whole time. What? You were saying?
Don't say that, autism. Don't say that, Austin. If you were a clone of yourself with all your memories, flesh, and soul, are you still you? Well, a clone can't replicate a soul.
That's debatable.
There is only one soul.
That's debatable. Could you split a soul?
I don't believe it is.
Could you split a soul, though?
No.
Hoyo kind of disagrees with you then.
Well, I'm not talking about a video game. And in Hoyo games, sure, you can split a soul, do all these different things. Yeah, in the way you're describing the way the soul works, that makes sense for Hoyo. Yeah, that makes sense for the lore of the game. But if we're talking like real life, I don't believe that's the case at all.
Well, I mean, the philosophy of the game is based on the work of real philosophers, though. Like, these are real questions posed by real people done in real space. It's not just a video game.
Yeah, and I disagree.
We're not going to agree. You are very Cartesian.
Yeah, we're just not going to agree on this.
Mostly because, like, you can only argue that through negation, which, like, is not a good way to argue because, like, you can't prove anything.
How can you prove anything in philosophy?
Philosophy was a precursor to science, you know.
Yeah, and science proves things.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean the philosophy proves things.
Here's the thing.
It's not the same thing.
No, it is. Philosophy can prove things, but it proves different things than what science proves. Science proves things in the physical material world. Philosophy is made to not necessarily prove things absolutely, but it's to argue proofs for things in a logical sense.
You made my point.
Are you saying you can't prove anything with logic?
No, I'm saying if you can prove something with science, you can prove something with logic, sure. Philosophy in itself does not prove things. Science is philosophy's proof. Philosophy relies on science in order to prove things.
Only in the physical plane.
How do you prove something in the spiritual plane?
You don't. You argue a proof. That's different.
Exactly. So you can't.
But you can't
so
really
philosophy does not prove things.
No, but you can't prove anything with science either. You can only prove what isn't in science. You can only prove things that are wrong.
Okay, now you're just changing that. Okay, but you said that, though.
I know. But the way that science works is that you have a hypothesis, you have a theory, right? That is the philosophy, the logic, right? And you put that logic on a chopping block, and you throw everything at it, whether it's arguments or experiments, it doesn't matter. As soon as that logic falls apart, that hypothesis, it's dead, it's gone, it's false, and it's replaced with a new one. And they do that over and over and over and over and over and over and over again until you have something that has been impervious to all logic and all physical anything that you've thrown at it. And that's what we technically accept as truth.
Yes.
So when you argue something to be true, you have limits even in science.
Mm-hmm. So we can never prove that. So technically you're saying now science does not prove anything either. Nothing can ever be proved.
You can only prove what isn't.
You just disproved yourself.
I didn't.
Because your original point was that philosophy can prove things. Then your point shifted to science can prove things. Now you're arguing that science can't prove things.
My words are failing me. Listen. Science proves what isn't, and what we view as something that we can't disprove, we accept as truth. And you can do that in both science and philosophy, but you do it in different ways.
Okay.
Because science is susceptible to both logic and experiments in the real world, whereas philosophy is susceptible only to logic, right?
Okay.
So either way, you are proving through disproving things. That's the idea.
Yeah, sure, but you would have to disprove literally everything else, which is impossible.
Correct. That's actually what Descartes set out to do. He wrote a whole book on skepticism, and he said the only thing that you can't be skeptical of is the mind. And the reason for that is because the mind is responsible for being skeptical. So if you remove everything else in the universe, every single possible thing, because you can be skeptical and question the existence and purpose of every single thing in it except the mind. All you are left with is the mind. Therefore, all that exists is the mind. That was his fundamental principle, and from there he builds out the theory of Cartesian dualism.
Okay.
That is how the philosophy works.
Back to our point. How can philosophy prove anything? Through proving things that aren't.
The same way that science doesn't prove anything.
That you, by the way, just said.
I know, I said.
Can't prove anything. Because all that is left is the mind.
Philosophy is part of science.
Yes, it is. But science is the proof of philosophy.
No.
Philosophy in itself does not prove anything. That is my point.
Science doesn't technically prove anything anyway, if you want to argue it that way. It only disproves things, and what it leaves behind is what we accept as the truth. The same is true of philosophy. We just do it with words and ideas instead of physical experiments.
You can't prove anything by just saying this is the way it is, and then
you're a theorist. That's what you do.
No. Yeah, and a theory isn't a proven fact.
But you set out to
theories
prove...
because I say, okay, this is what I think is happening.
But you set out to prove something by using facts and logic.
Yeah, but is that definitive proof? No, it's not. There's still subjectivity to it.
Neither is a scientific experiment.
It's like a theory isn't a concrete thing.
Neither is a scientific experiment.
That's the whole point of science.
No, because science has different levels. You can prove...
You said that science is physical. It's the point.
Yeah, because sciences are how you interact with the physical plane.
So if something's physical, how is it not concrete?
We're gonna have to discuss like the whole fabric of reality, aren't we? But that's also philosophical. But you have to understand, like, a lot of quantum mechanics is philosophy. That's a fundamental like that's
it finds
science.
Its origin in philosophy.
No, it is philosophy.
That is why scientists always say, this is what we think for right now. This is what we're working with.
Right, because you can't actually technically, by your definition, prove anything with science either. You can only prove what things aren't. You can't prove what things are. Neither can you do that with philosophy. The point...
Unless you can isolate every other negative thing.
Which you can't do in science.
There is no possible way. Yeah, which you can't do with science or philosophy.
Which means they can operate in the same way.
So that means nothing can ever be proved ever.
Correct.
Because you'll never reach that point.
Correct.
That's my whole point.
No.
That's what I've been saying since the moment we started this conversation.
Okay, we're talking in circles.
And then you say no, and then you explain to me exactly why I'm right. Like, my whole thing was that I said philosophy can't prove things. You say they can. Then you go on this whole thing explaining to me why philosophy can't prove things.
You're trying to catch me in a word trap, but the thing is, what we're defining...
Not a word trap.
Okay, look. what we define as proof is technically disproof. So when I say like philosophy can prove things, it can prove things in the same way that science can prove things, by proving what isn't. Those are the same thing. I think we have two different
definitions of what proof is.
I just said science looks at things and it finds what's not true. And what's left after you find all the things that aren't true, those are the things you can prove, you are left with something that we accept as true. Those are things that we say, or that we call, a proof. Right?
That's not what that's not what I'm working with. I'm like,
Okay.
What is true, what is real, what will work 100% of the time, bar none, nothing going on. That is what will happen.
Yeah,
that is what proof is. That is what is true.
Okay, but that is a very, very, very surface level of how reality functions. It doesn't function like that.
So truth isn't real, is what you're saying.
Right.
A perfect truth isn't real.
Correct.
If reality cannot function off of things that work all the time, no matter what, then there is no truth in the world at all.
Correct.
Everything is subjective all the time.
Correct.
In which case, anything can be proven all the time, whenever, just because you say it and it works, then it works a relative amount and it's like, oh yeah, this is true, sure.
We call that magical thinking.
And that's something I just don't agree with.
You don't have to agree with
That's
it,
why
but
I
the
said
reality is...
We're not going to agree on this.
The reality is, like, everything that you consider to be true is true at a certain scale. But as soon as you introduce new scales, you introduce new variables, and those things that you thought were true are no longer true. And you have to work with a completely different set of information, right?
In my opinion, then what you believed wasn't true in the first place. It was never true.
I mean,
you just believed it was.
You can argue that, but what you're doing right there is you're arguing a philosophical point.
Okay.
That is philosophy.
Okay. Sure.
Interesting. Wait,
We're not even talking about the game anymore.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, that loosened a lot of mucus in me. And I got distracted by a puzzle that I didn't read the mechanics of. And now I'm kind of stuck. Anyway, I thought this was an HSR lore stream. What you don't understand is that a lot of HSR is about quantum mechanics and space is weird.
I think this is where I'm going to have to end off. It's really getting late. It's really getting late. I wish we stayed on topic. I wish we did. There were some more things I want to talk to you about. We have to do this again.
We can do this again.
We have to do this again.
Except, I almost wonder.
Did you
I
have
almost
fun?
wonder if someone should maybe be here to mediate in case we get really distracted, as I'm very prone to do. I'm very
I still
prone
want
for
to talk
distraction.
about Dr. Primitive and Nihilux and Luxbane showing up if the veracity. Oh, so many things.
I mean, we can still do that.
I gotta go. I'm out of time.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, this is how this puzzle can work. Okey-dokey.
Anyway, though, I had a great time. It's been great debating things with you. All these different topics.
I'm sorry to be a pain in the ass. I know that's what I am. I know. I'm aware.
The only thing that truly shocked me was you saying Screwlim isn't a person. That I'm gonna have to recover from that. That was a That was
Well,
shock.
we have different definition of what a person is.
Yeah.
I love Screwlum. Like, don't get me wrong. I love Screwlum. He's great. I like him a lot. He's not human. And in my opinion, humans are persons.
Oh, yeah, we have different definitions of what a person
is.
is.
Right. That's kind of what I'm getting at is like the way I'm categorizing these things is definitely different from the way you are. So that's okay.
Anyway, though, thank you so much for having me. I had a great time. I hope you had a great time.
I did, but I'm sorry to be a pain.
Oh, you're fine. I'm not taking any of this personally. At the end of the day, it's just we're two people with what we believe, and we're trying to argue our points. That's all it is.
I know. But I still feel like I was a bit of a pain.
Huh?
I still feel like I was a bit of a pain. So I'm sorry.
Fine. I mean, I know. I'm sure I was too. I'm sure I was too. I'm sorry as well.
Nah, you were a perfect little angel. I don't even know what I'm doing in this puzzle. I'm like not even paying attention.
My chat loved the debate, by the way. They're telling me to tell you that they loved it.
Oh, good. This is
I think this might have been what everyone wanted anyway.
This is the moment when Kant met Descartes. That's what we just reenacted. We just did a historical reenactment of Kant versus Cartes. It's great. I love it.
Well, I'll enjoy going in circles with you a different time because I'm sure it's going to happen again.
We should do this more because I don't talk about, like, unprompted, I very rarely talk about Star Rail lore, and I feel like I should, and honestly, you probably know it better than me, just because of the sheer amount of Star Rail videos that you make.
I take a lot of shots hoping one will land.
Well, that's what I do. You know, like, I know I don't take as many shots, but, like, I take the biggest, most bizarre shots I possibly can, thinking if you're gonna make a shot, you better go big.
And that's what got me started.
Yeah.
You are my inspiration, after all.
Oh, that's such a weird thing to hear. I shouldn't inspire anyone to do anything. I'm not that responsible.
And here I am to debate you and be a pain in your butt now.
Excellent! This is a future I created for myself!
I am the noose you created.
I like the idea of being Xandar. That's funny. The thing is like, Xandar. Okay, I know you have to go, but like, here's the thing. You said Xandar, but Lygus isn't Xandar.
Oh boy.
Right?
Yeah, we're gonna have to. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even want to think about that. I gotta preview for next stream.
It was Lygus that tried to destroy the universe.
Oh boy.
We're gonna talk about Lygus's segments and Xandar's segments another time. But yeah, no, I know you want to talk about Luxbane and stuff like that. So we should do this again. We'll talk off stream, and then I will announce it ahead of time again. I'm trying to be better about announcing streams ahead of time so that people actually like know when shit's happening.
Works for me.
But I know you're also not free Saturdays, so it won't ever be on a Saturday.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just as an FYI. I don't know about Sundays, so I don't know what you do on Sundays.
I'm sorry, what?
I said I don't know about Sunday, though. I don't know what you do on Sundays.
I'm free. I'm free on Sundays. It's literally just Saturday.
Okay. That makes sense then. Most people, I think, are usually trying to take a chill Sunday anyway. Maybe we can make their Sundays more interesting. I think that'd be fun.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
All right, Nova, thank you very much for doing this with me. Thank you for suggesting a collab. At some point, we're going to have to find a topic on stream that we can actually agree on enough to write a co-theory together, because I think that would be fun. Alternatively,
I think that would be awesome.
Alternatively, though, here's a fun idea. We could find a topic we don't agree on, and we can alternate different sides of the argument.
Oh my god! Can you imagine?
Which could be really
That'd be
fun.
So hype. That would be so hype. That would be so. Oh, I'm excited
really cool
already. I'm
if
excited
it's
already.
in one video or 2 videos,
Yeah.
because then you could have one on each channel for, you know, whatever. But like, if it's in
Mhm,
one
mhm.
video and like one section it's you talking, and then one section it's me talking the counterpoint, and then you talk your counterpoint, and it's like a debate, but in a theory, and that'd be fun.
Yes.
Somehow
Oh,
I
I'm
feel like
excited.
we'll
I'm excited. I'm
be
excited. I
more
gotta go there. I
inclined
gotta
for
go there. I gotta
No,
go.
that's fine.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for
chat. You
inviting
guys
me. This
have
was so
been
much
wonderful.
fun.
Thank you, Ashikai's chat. Thank you all.
Thank
Oh
you,
my God,
Nova's chat.
I've had such a great time.
I'm glad to meet you guys. Hopefully next time I won't be coughing up a lung. That'll be great. I love that. But we'll make this a regular thing, I promise.
100%.
Or
Okay.
well, at the very least, we'll do it again. Okay, I'll let you go now.
All right.
I'm
Thank
gonna stay
you.
on stream
Peace,
for a couple
peace.
minutes. Okay, bye.
Peace.
Bye,
Bye,
Nova.
bye.
I gotta go do the thing and hit the button and the boop. Yeah. That. Anyway, I actually legitimately don't know how to solve this puzzle. And I don't really want to think about it very hard. Because I just had to argue Cartesian dualism and I'm rusty. And it's fine. Anyway, I hope you guys had fun. I know I kind of neglect the Star Rail side of things. I usually just do Genshin streams, partly because Genshin's where I started. So, you know, like Genshin's kind of the channel core, I guess. And I think sometimes I get really lost in Star Rail lore in the sense of like, I don't know where to start because there's so much. And it's harder to focus. So having Nova here is actually really nice. So hopefully, well, I shouldn't say hopefully. We'll definitely do this again. We'll definitely do this again. It'll be fun. Anyway, I hope you guys had fun. He did approach me originally saying he wanted to do a collaboration video. And I was like, we should do a stream first. And then I got sick. So this will be a good thing. Star Rail is too fast. Yeah, exactly. Have I done Honkai Impact 3rd stream? No, I started playing Honkai Impact. And then I kind of quit because it wasn't really like the kind of game I like to play. Oh. What? There's a paradox? Wait, what do you mean? Hell you, I swear to God, if you can use narrative paradoxes to get out of stupid situations, I can use a paradox in a fucking puzzle. That was bullshit. That's bullshit. Absolutely bullshit. This is a double standard. This is a double standard. I need to bring out an axa next time. I can bring out an axa next time. Yeah, no problem. Before you call it a day, can you remind us what your next stream plans are? Oh yeah, so I was supposed to do an art stream yesterday. Basically, I'm doing an Asmodee video, and there's no footage of Asmodee beyond like the original clip we have of her. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna make my own thumbnail. So I'm drawing the Asmodee video thumbnail. So I thought that might be fun to do on stream, talk about Genshin lore and stuff like that. But when I sat down to try and do like a stream test, my Cintiq died. It's finally dead after all these years. And so I had a bit of a problem, you know? I did find an old tablet. It's not a screen tablet though. It's an old Intuos. And I got that all set up on my machine, so we should be good to go. I will be planning to do that tomorrow. For those of you who are around. Doing the Asmodee Genshin lore art stream. And after that, I honest to God don't know my plans. I truly don't. I need to do some final revision stuff for the Asmodee video. And I also need to finish the HSR recap. And after those two things are done, I can think more about streaming again, but I don't have plans after tomorrow's stream. So What time tomorrow? Generally about the same time, unless the weather's terrible. If the weather is terrible tomorrow, I'll do it earlier in the day. But if the weather is good, I need to make good use of daylight outside, so it'll be around the same time, about like 6:37-ish. I'll set a scheduled thing tomorrow morning. So, yeah, that's my stream plan. Oh no, I do have an idea of what's happening. Okay, so I also have an Enfield stream that I'll be doing. I think like in another 10 days ish, 10 something ish, like that. When the banners switch. I don't have the banners in front of me right now, but I'll be doing an Enfield stream then for Camille's story. So I know I'm doing that one. And I don't know about what's happening after that. Yeah. Yeah. So that said, if you guys have any ideas for streams you would like to see from me, you are more than welcome to suggest them. You can either leave them on a community post, because I always make sure to check through all the community post ones because there aren't that many comments on those and they are manageable. Commenting on a video is a surefire way to get lost. I do go through those comments, but there always are so many that I don't manage to see them all the time. So it's not a good place to do it. Or you can email me, or you can ping me in Discord. Any of those things. If you have an idea for a stream, let me know. I did get new internet, in case you guys noticed the increased stream quality. So that means my stream options are greatly improved. Hence why I'm streaming a little bit more. So I do want to stream a little bit more. Yeah. So I'm open to suggestions. This wasn't a possibility for me before, but now it is. So, you know. Anyway, I think that's really all I have to add. Unless you guys want to... Oh yeah, my internet is now better than basically anyone else I know. It's 750 megabits per second up and down, which is insane because I was previously working with 50 megabits per second down and 7 megabits per second up on a good day. So that's a pretty big difference. It's a pretty big difference. Yeah. Holy, yeah, I know. It's that's what it feels like for me as well. That it feels kind of surreal. For sure. I think the bitrate can actually go higher. Fiber gang? Yeah. Fiber was finally offered in my area. They've been running fiber cables up and down my road for like the last couple of months. And I've been sitting here waiting, okay, when's it gonna be? When's it gonna be? When's it gonna be? And then they're like, yeah, so we're gonna offer you 750 up and down for, no, I think the plan is actually for 500. Like that's what they promised, 500 up and down. For $20 more per month than what you're currently paying. And I'm like, that's worth it. And then I signed up and they came out within like 5 days. Drilled a hole through my house, put a box in the wall, gave me a free modem and a router and said, have fun. That was pretty impressive because I do live out in the middle of nowhere. So I'm still shocked. But yeah. Yeah. How about another one of those lore streams with Roosevelt, Minsleaf, and friends again? Oh yeah, we can totally do those. I know Ruzy and Onion are more than happy to go. I know I can invite Leah. Who else can I invite? I'm trying to think of like who might actually be interested in going. I can try to invite Minsleaf, but full disclosure, I've never actually spoken directly to Minsleaf. So I don't know her personally. So I can't speak on her behalf of like whether she'd be interested in doing that or anything. Oh yeah, MN Rain Authority would be fun. Owl. Uploads are no longer a nightmare? No, they're super fast now. Who else would be interested? I don't know. But if you think of anybody, Again, I'm open to suggestions. Oh, DeWitt. Okay, DeWitt would be really fun. I feel like he'd be one of the few people who'd be more crazy than me, like with the presentation of theories. And also, he's very much on the side of Fanies, and I'm very much on the side of dragons, and that would be a really funny dynamic to see. That'd be super funny. MMA? Is MMA still... I haven't seen long-form content from her in a while. I wasn't sure if she was still around. I almost wonder if Arnold would be interested. That could be fun. I've talked to him a little bit, but not extensively. I don't know. I can ask around. I know a lot of people in the lore community. It's just a matter of figuring out who's free, who's interested, and who's comfortable with going on streams, you know? So. Oh, Emma still streams? Oh, okay. That makes sense. She's cooking one that takes so long, and with the recent patch, Emma needs a bit more time. Oh, I understand that. Trust me, I understand that. My Asmodee video is 52 minutes. It wasn't supposed to be that long. I kind of went off the rails a little bit. I understand the cook time. I do. I really do. Okay, I'm gonna need you guys to like write these down somewhat. Maybe I'll make a community post and you guys can just put all of your suggestions in there so I have them all in one place, because chat goes away, or at least it's not easy to find things in there afterwards, so that's gonna be hard to, yeah. She's working on Path and Eon connections? Oh, that'll be fun. Getting a little close to mitosis there. I can't be on mitosis. Well, getting a little close to mitosis. It already mitosised. In my Asmodee analysis, I had a whole section on Dottore, and I cut it because this video is supposed to be about Asmodee. But he had so much to do with like the Temple of Space stuff and the space power, and then I was like, ah. And so now I'm writing a Dottore analysis. So it already mitosised. 50 minutes and it already mitosised. I understand the cook time problem. I do. I get it. Do I have a channel Discord? I do. I do have a channel Discord. It's the only thing is if you want to get into the channel Discord, in an effort to keep down spam and bots and things like that, we do either require you to go through the official channel, which is to become a YouTube member. You only need to do it once. It's not like you lose your access after you stop being a member. Alternatively, you can go through Ko-fi and just direct message me, and I'll give you a link. Or alternatively, you can just email me. Email me with your YouTube username, and I will be more than happy to send you an invite. I just want to prove that people are people. That's all. Oh, that's funny in the context of the conversation I just had with Nova, isn't it? I'm just trying to prove that I'm not having any bots in chat, that's all. Looking at the chest. Oh. Sorry. I misunderstood the conversation. The question. Sorry. We don't have a channel for suggestions, but you can just like dedicated to suggestions. But you can just use the video discussion channel. That's fine. That's my office. Put things in there. I'll pin them. I'll find them. I back read that channel, so like things won't get lost in there if you put it there. That's fine. If it gets out of hand and like people are making a lot of suggestions, I'll make a thread. But we don't need to do that right now. So yeah, just go ahead and use that channel. That's totally fine. I guess it should have clicked to me that that wasn't what you were asking, because you are a channel member. So that would have been a thing to observe. You wish Aster was still active? Yeah. She retired. It's all right. Let her go in grace. Let her go in grace. Have I seen Cryand? I have seen, but I don't know them. Like there's a bunch of lore theorists that I know, just like either from because they're friends of other lore creators that I'm friends with, and I've like met them through association, or they were part of like some early lore creator discords that were floating around back in the day, back when like Genshin was still young and Star Rail was still young. And a lot of those are just not active anymore. Oh, Aru Hiseki might be up for it. I know him. That could be fun. Yeah. No, we got a lot of options. We got a lot. I gotta make a list. That's what I gotta do. I gotta make a list. That's for sure. But yeah, I don't really know my plans. Okay, so tomorrow, Genshin stream. We're doing art and lore at the same time. That should be fun. I think it'll be fun. Hopefully you think it will be fun as well. And then an Enfield stream, and I don't have anything else planned in between, but we'll play it by ear. And I will do my best to announce things at least earlier in the day instead of making surprise streams. I should at least give you like a heads up in the morning, right? Like that's my goal. My bar is very low, but that's my goal. I'll at least give you a heads up. Silicon 1.4 active? Oh, I haven't seen anything from him in a while. I should check in on him, actually. I'm a terrible friend. Oh my god. Oh, I lose track of time. Then I'm like, wait a second. When was the last time I talked to... I'll check in on him. We'll see who I can get a hold of. A lot of this is actually who I can get a hold of. I'm sure I can get a hold of some people. Okay, anyway, I don't have anything else to add. I got nothing, and I think I need to go clean my throat. I'm on the tail end of this. Yeah. But anyway, thank you for coming out. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a lot of fun. It sounds like you had a lot of fun. I didn't look at chat that much. I'm sorry. I love you all, though. I wasn't looking at you, but I love you all. Just like I love my little puppy who's sitting here and who has been whining at me for 15 minutes. So I'm gonna go, okay? Okay? You guys were all amazing. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you for stopping by. I'm gonna go kill my clone now.